Hello, I'm Mick Garris, and welcome once again to the Fantasy Film Festival, where we show the best science fiction, fantasy, and horror films we can find and show them as they were intended, uncut and uninterrupted. Tonight we have what has become a cult favorite since its release in 1975, A Boy and His Dog. The film was based on a story, a novella by Harlan Ellison, and we have Harlan Ellison here with us. The story won a Nebula Award, which you see right here. And it's in this book, The Beast That Shouted Love at the Heart of the World. And our guest, Harlan Ellison. Hello.
Hello,
Good to meet you, Harlan. I'd like to find out, first of all, what the inspiration of the novella was.
Well, a story never comes from one single place. There are a lot of different inputs that form it. For this particular story, it was basically the confrontation during the 60s of young and old in this country. Principally the week following the Kent State Massacre at Kent State University. I either read or heard a news item that said the Kiwanis in Kent, Ohio, those wonderful fat businessmen, the burghers of our time, got together for their weekly luncheon, you see, and they passed a motion that they felt that the National Guard should have slaughtered all the kids. One of the more charming remarks of our time. And I thought to myself, there is really a huge gap in this country in understanding between the young and the old. And at that time, I had a dog, a Puli, a Hungarian sheepdog named Abu. And the dog, this probably is a sad comment on me, but it's probably the closest friend I've ever had in my life. And I wrote the story for the dog, literally wrote the story for the dog. And it's a study of survival, and all of these things sort of came together. There was also an item, Bert Prelutsky had done it in L.A. magazine in his Westward series, right, about a dog at LAX that sniffed out marijuana. Mm-hmm. And I used that as an element in the story. It was a story that immediately caught on, and people admired quite a lot, and it's been we did it as a television series which never got off the ground, and this film which has been very, very popular.
Right. It's very rare, it seems, that a writer is satisfied with a film or happy with a film that comes out of his original work. It seems to be the case with you and A Boy and His Dog. What are the problems in transferring a literary work to film?
Well, one of the widely believed myths is that a good book makes a bad film. A book and a film are two different things. They work in two different ways. There's a different sensibility behind them, and I think it's impossible to take a book one for one and make it into a film. You take a look at something like Moby Dick, which is very, very multi-level, and so consequently, as a film, it seems shallow, even despite a really fine screenplay by Ray Bradbury. In this case, it was a fairly simple story, and it was fairly easy to translate into a film. The problems arose basically because of the subject matter. It's a very violent, very tough, very mean, and amoral story, and consequently the same kind of film. Satisfied, you used the word satisfied, I am, on some, satisfied by the film. I think it's quite a good film. L.Q. Jones did what I consider to be an extraordinarily fine job. My dislike of the film lies in the area of sexism, because L.Q., being a good old boy from Texas, right, doesn't understand that, it seems to me. And when I saw the first rough cut of the film, that was the thing that struck me most, that a lot of his personal feeling about women and male-female relationships had crept into the film, which is very, very, very dangerous in this film because of the ending, which I will not tip or right, go into. But it's an ending that is easily misunderstood.
Now, you've gotten a lot of flack because you are a staunch defender of women's rights and the like because of this film.
Yeah, I've done a lot of work for the ERA, and invariably I will have some woman stand up in an audience and say, if you're so much for, if you respect women so much and you're so much for women's rights, how could you do such and such a movie? And I have to say to them, well, I didn't do the movie. I didn't write the movie. I didn't direct the movie. It's the work of L.Q. Jones, and it's his perceptions, but it is based on my story. And it's always the ending that they complain about. Well, the ending is perfectly logical in terms of the society that I set up in the story. It's a purely survival society in which, and I patterned it after the historical precedent. In any society where you've had a decimating war, you can take the War of the Roses or the Crusades. The things that become of value to the average person are a place to sleep, food, and weapons, and women become chattel. They become part of the prize. And the story is very carefully and baldly intended to say this is not a good thing, that rape is not a cute and terrific item, and it should be done away with. But unfortunately, audiences seem to have a capacity for horror that has been unparalleled since the days of Torquemada. The more terrible you make something to show people that this is not good, the more the loons who sit in the little theaters in the valley pound their knees and say, oh yeah, kill him, and
Dawn of the Dead, an example.
Yeah, exactly. They want more car crashes and they want more ripped out vitals, and it seems to me that the whole concept of allegory is been divested from film. You just can't do it.
Did you have any input at the time the screenplay was being written?
Very little. This was one of the few occasions in my life, in 25 years of writing, that I was not doing much writing. I don't know what it was. I guess I just got tired is what it was. And I was supposed to be doing the screenplay, and I wrote about the first 9 minutes of this film are actually mine, from my script. The rest of it is all L.Q. Jones. The only input that I had thereafter was, by the way, I think it's an insight into my wonderful warped personality that the meanest line in the film occurs in that first 9 minutes. The only input thereafter was when the film had been done, and I saw a rough cut, and it was really full of sexist lines that I knew were going to kill it on the college campus, mostly because they came out of the mouth of the dog. Now, people who have not seen the film are going to say, out of the mouth of the dog. Yes. The dog in this film is telepathic. It communicates with its master. And in this film, the dog is the last remnant of civilization. He is witty, he is wise, he is quick, clever, he has humanity, whereas the human beings have been reduced to the level of animals. It's a complete flip-flop, which is why I use the title of Boy and His Dog to mimic the Albert Payson Terhune dogs, those Sweetness and Light dog stories. And when I saw these, when I heard these sexist lines, I really got crazed behind it, and I said, LQ, you can't let these go this way. And he said, well, we've used up all the money, there's no money left to do any dubbing, we can't take it to the writers' studios and have the sound redone, we just haven't got the money. So I said, okay, there's a science fiction convention coming up. It was the World Science Fiction Convention in Washington, D.C., I guess 4 years ago, whatever it was. And I said, give me as many outtakes as you've got. And we cut them up into little 5-frame snippets, and I sold the damn things for $10 a piece. And he needed something like $700, and I hawked them like a fish peddler at the convention.
Set up a little stall, right?
And came back with a bag full of money, dollar bills, $5 bills, and I dumped them on his desk and said, okay, go take those rotten lines out. And he took them all out, with the exception of the last line in the film, that I absolutely despise.
That is the funniest way of film financing I've ever heard of in my life. What happened to the TV show? I know there was a sequel and a prequel story, weren't there, that you wrote? Yeah, well, there is a prequel to this story, A Boy and His Dog, called Egg Sucker, and it's a short story, and it's been published. And the sequel is called Blood's a Rover, from the poem. That's one of us, not totally blown away, who wrote the poem. For blood's a rover that never rests, or something, blah blah blah. And the dog's name is Blood, and he's a dog and is a rover, and wonderful, clever play on words. Anyhow, moving right along. Yes. Was there the TV show, were these to be drawn from these stories in addition to the original? Or?
No, the original was not to be used at all. It was a combination of Egg Sucker and A Boy and Blood's a Rover.
I see.
And what happened was that after having been affiliated with LQ, LQ is not one of the easiest human beings in the world to deal with. I'm being politic in saying that. Right. He has a personality that is a cross, I suspect, between Jack the Ripper and Vlad the Impaler. You see, and he and I are both fairly tough individuals, and we don't take any bull from either one. But he likes to have his way, and I didn't want to work with him again. And all of a sudden, I found that he had managed somehow to sell the idea of A Boy and His Dog as a television series with a film, with a made-for-movie. I used to be able to speak fairly steadily and
rationally. Roll on the lights, and there he
goes. A made-for-television film to precede it, a 2-hour film. And the only problem was that he didn't have the rights to do it on TV. I owned the rights. But he had gone ahead and made this deal. So suddenly we found ourselves, if you'll pardon the expression, in bed with one another business-wise. And we went to NBC, and I thought they were deranged for even considering the idea of doing... I mean, this is a movie about sex, violence, and various other tasty subjects, the things that make life worth living. And I didn't know how they were going to do it. But as it turned out, I was able to write a screenplay, a 2-hour screenplay called Bloods Are Over, that worked very well indeed. It fell apart before it ever got on the air. The reasons I subsequently found out from network execs who were no longer with NBC, met them at a party or something like that, and they told me what it was. And rather than leave Theta and myself open for a lawsuit, I would just as soon say that they were happy with the script, they were not happy with the business arrangements and the personnel, because LQ and I were both tied to it. And I will let people wonder whether I mean me or him, whatever, it doesn't matter.
We're almost out of time. I'd like to ask one quick question. Your writings propose several different possible futures. Are you an optimist or a pessimist as concerns our future?
I'm a pragmatist. My basic feeling about the human race is that any species that can paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling and write Moby Dick and put a human being on the moon does not necessarily have to settle for Charlie's Angels and McDonald's Toad Burgers. But left to our own devices, I suspect we will always, act like animals. I mean, look at people in gas lines shooting each other. But spero meliora, as they say in Latin. I hope for better things.
Okay, we all hope for better things. We've been talking with Harlan Ellison, and we will be seeing in just a moment A Boy and His Dog, based on the story A Boy and His Dog.
A deeply enriching experience.
Right. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Harlan, for joining me here on the show. Hello, I'm Mick Garris. I'd like to thank you once again for joining us here on the Fantasy Film Festival. With us today we have a very special guest, one of the most familiar names in the fantasy genre, Roger Corman. Roger, thank you for joining us.
Mick, thank you.
The first thing I want to talk about, you now head your own company, you have for 10 years, I guess, New World Pictures. New World is an interesting company in that it not only releases a lot of low-budget films, but also some more artistic films from Europe by Truffaut, Kurosawa, Bergman. Do you see that as a conflict or a difficulty?
Not in any way. As a matter of fact, it's proven very successful for us. The common denominator between these films is that they are somewhat, I wouldn't use the word anti-establishment, but they are away from the establishment. A low-budget film with some interesting advertising or exploitation angle is something that we feel we can handle better than a major studio. And the art films, the Bergman, Fellini, Truffaut, as you say, kind of film, is also the kind of film that lends itself to the more personalized release that we have.
Now, with a situation like Paramount has recently released a very low-budget independent film, Friday the 13th, do you think your success with these films has maybe influenced the major studios in that way?
Yes. Why be modest? Yes, it has. I know it has, as a matter of fact. The people at Paramount have told me that. And it's very interesting, when you check to see what the business was on Friday the 13th, it was very, very good, and it was a very successful film for Paramount. As to how successful it will be for the producer, that's another point, because the distribution charges of Paramount and of the way in which they sell are very, very high.
I see. Now, you're probably best known to the public as maybe the king of B pictures. Are you comfortable with that title?
No, because I started making films in the 1950s and B pictures faded in the 1940s, so therefore the concept of a B film was really out of date by almost 10 years before I started making pictures.
Well, how do you see yourself as a filmmaker and not a film distributor?
All right, as a filmmaker, I've been at various times writer, director, producer. I've dealt primarily in the low and medium budget field, although my current film, Battle Beyond the Stars, will cost $5 million, which by my standards is not a low budget film.
No, not by any standards, actually. Now, one thing I want to talk about, too, your history in the genre particularly. You've always dabbled in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Are you a fan of that material? Is it just the most profitable to deal in, or what?
It's both. I have been a fan of fantasy and of science fiction, really almost all my life. When I was in school, I read the works of Poe, and I've done a number of films on Edgar Allan Poe. And also in school and in college, I was a great fan of science fiction, and I've continued to make science fiction films. At the same time, it is profitable, so I have the best of both worlds.
Let's talk a little about your history. Your first film was Monster from the Ocean Floor, which I believe was made for an incredibly low amount. Tell me a little how that came about.
All right, it was made for, I've forgotten the exact cash. It was something like $11,000 or $12,000. It was $18,000 when you included all the deferments. I had started as a writer, and I got, I think, $3,000 or $4,000 when I sold a script, and I used that as the basic money to make the film.
That's incredible. Now, what about Five Guns West?
All right, Five Guns West was the first picture I directed, and the main thing I remember about that is that it was a very nervous experience. I shot the picture in 10 days under very difficult circumstances, but it turned out well. It was a psychological Western with a certain amount of action. As I've gotten older, it seems that I put a little more action in my films.
Now, probably, thanks to television, your best-known film may be Little Shop of Horrors. And that's an interesting story. That was shot very quickly, I assume.
Yes, it was shot in 2 days and a night.
Now, I've heard that story. Is that really true?
Yes, it is true. It was 2 full days of shooting in the studio plus 1 night of a little bit of exterior work.
Now, what did you do? Did somebody say, I'll bet you can't make a movie in 2 days?
It was almost that. My brother had been shooting at a studio, and I was having lunch there with the studio manager, and he happened to mention that the sets were going to be up and nobody was coming in. And I said, well, look, why don't you leave the sets up? I'll have a script written, and I'll come in, and I'll just, to see if I can do it, I want to see if I can make a picture very, very quickly, and I will pay you the rent for 2 days in the studio. And he said, really more as a joke. He says, nobody can do it, but I'll make the deal with you.
How much did that picture cost to make?
Well, actually, that cost a little more. It cost $30,000.
That's an unbelievable amount. Probably your best-known series of films, or you probably became best known because of the Poe films for AIP. How did those come about?
Well, I had been making very low-budget horror films and fantasy films for AIP, costing about $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a piece, each in black and white and on a 10-day schedule. And AIP would send out 2 of them as a double bill, was their method of distribution at the time, and they wanted me to make 2 more. And I was getting a little tired of this, so I said, rather than make 2 films for $100,000 each or a little less, why don't I take $200,000 and make a big film in color? And as I said, I'd always been a fan of Edgar Allan Poe, so I suggested The Fall of the House of Usher, and Jim Nicholson and Sam Arkoff, the heads of the company, agreed. So I made that for $200,000 in 15 days, the longest schedule I'd ever had.
I don't believe it. Okay, let's bring ourselves up to date now. This summer you're releasing Battle Beyond the Stars, which is your biggest budget yet, I assume.
That's right.
Let's take a look at one of the clips. We're going to look at 2, but first set up the first one for us.
All right, the first one is where Shad, played by Richard Thomas, comes to the space station of Dr. Hephaestus, played by Sam Jaffe. Dr. Hephaestus is a legendary scientist who has retreated from civilization in space to his own station, where he has been doing a great deal of experimenting for a number of years. And when Shad comes to see him, he is very surprised by the condition in which he finds Dr. Hephaestus. I'll say no more.
All right, let's take a look at that clip, Battle Beyond the Stars, courtesy of Roger Corman.
You are welcome, Shad of the Akira.
Thank you, Doctor. This is quite a surprise.
I heard your story in the corridor. When you're in my station, you're in my presence.
Good. Then we won't waste time. Are you willing to help us, Doctor?
I'm an old man, older even than Zed. I've seen wars, large and small, throughout the galaxies. Forms must prey on other forms to survive.
That's not what the Varda teach us. We prey on no one.
Your planet is doomed, and I have other plans for you.
Other plans?
This station was built for many. It remains a hollow and lonely place. You've met my daughter.
Yes? Wait a minute. You don't mean that you want me to breed with your daughter?
It's a very nice-looking film. Who did the art direction on that?
Jim Cameron was the art director, and Danielle Lacombe was the cameraman.
Beautiful-looking. Well, set up the next scene for us. I guess he meets his daughter, right?
Right. The next scene is after Shad meets Nanilia, Dr. Hephaestus's daughter, and they're in Shad's spaceship getting ready for a major battle.
Okay, and who plays the daughter?
Darlene Flugel, a very pretty girl, a good young actress from New York.
Okay, another scene from Battle Beyond the Stars. So let's take a look.
What do you do here?
I don't understand.
For procreation, I mean.
Oh. Well, it's very simple, really. Males and females together.
Only two sexes? On Bilandic, it takes three. And Kitzel, they have...
no, just two. Just males and females, that's all.
That's a relief.
Well, maybe I could show you the ropes.
I've scanned information about mating. Does your species have kissing?
Oh, yes. We have that.
I think it's your torque bar.
My what?
Your torque bar, it's slipped its groove. You're going to need a new one.
Yes. Yes, I think probably you're right. New one. Oh.
Interesting looking film. Now tell me, Roger, you gave up directing officially in 1970, I guess. Von Richthofen and Brown was your last feature.
Yes.
But I've heard you've done some directing on this picture. Is that true?
Well, primarily the special effects. Jimmy Murakami was the director of the live action, and we've started our own special effects studio, and this has become my great toy.
I see. Your toy trains.
Right.
Well, that's interesting, because I have always wondered, do you intend to direct again?
I probably will. I keep thinking that I'm about to make my move back to direction, but the true problems of running a production and distribution company are so extensive that I never seem to get around to it. I would hope that within the next year or two, however, I could.
Well, that makes an interesting point. How did you make the change from movie maker to movie mogul with New World Pictures?
Well, I had been producing and directing probably more than I wanted to. I don't know, I directed something like 60 films in a fairly brief amount of time, and I simply wanted to stop and rest for a while. So I started New World Pictures.
Some rest.
Right, as a producer, and felt I would get away from directing, and the thought would be that I would start directing again. I'd take maybe a year off. But what happened, as I said, the pressures of running the company became so great that I was never really able to make the transition back.
What about Roger Corman, the actor? You've had brief scenes in The Godfather, in Cannonball, and now you're doing one in The Howling.
Well, those are mostly jokes. I'm sometimes asked by friends of mine who are producing or directing a film just to come by and play a brief scene as a friendly gesture. So it's kind of fun for a day, but it's nothing more than that.
Well, speaking of the friends you've worked with, you've given a start to quite a few important people in Hollywood. Sylvester Stallone, Martin Scorsese, Francis Coppola, Jack Nicholson, Peter Bogdanovich, and others that first started working for you. Where do you meet them? How do you find these people and nurture them?
In a variety of ways. Having done a lot of films, I met people when I was first starting as a young producer-director. I met young actors, young writers, other producers and directors, and so forth. And then just being around Hollywood, I would meet people just socially at parties and so forth. Also, I studied acting for a little while with Jeff Corey in order to improve my work as a director, and I met a number of actors through Jeff's class and through knowing some actors and then meeting other actors.
Okay, most of the major studios in Hollywood are fairly anonymous. You think of Universal or Paramount, and that's what you think of. New World Pictures, Roger Corman immediately comes to mind. Are you New World Pictures?
Partially yes and partially no. How's that for an answer?
Good answer.
Partially because it is my company and I do run the company, but no, because I have a very strong staff, I think. Francis Kimbrough, our story editor, I consider to be the best story editor in Hollywood. Barbara Boyle, our executive vice president, Frank Moreno, our sales manager. We have a number of very, very good people at New World.
What do you think audiences want to see in a movie?
There's no fast, easy answer, and I could probably sit here for 5 minutes thinking, but just fast, I would say they want to see something that is interesting, that affects them emotionally. There's a statement, it's entertainment, but entertainment can be misread. Entertainment just isn't musicals and laughs. A Bergman or Fellini film is entertainment as well, but it's entertainment on a different level.
That's interesting, and that's what New World Pictures is all about, right?
Right, entertainment on all levels.
Right. Now, you told me in an earlier interview that New World Pictures could have been New World Films or whatever, but the possibility of moving into video and other projects made you select the name New World Pictures.
Right. I was filling out the name of the company for the Corporation Commissioner to get our papers of incorporation, and I was just writing down New World Films, and it occurred to me, how do I know that I will still be working with film? I might very well be working with tape or with some new invention. I felt film might be of the moment, but pictures are lasting, so I changed the name to New World Pictures.
And one of those New World Pictures we're going to take a look at right now, a Czechoslovakian animated film, Fantastic Planet, through the courtesy of Roger Corman's New World Pictures. Roger Corman, thank you for being with us on the Fantasy Film Festival.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for the second installment of the Fantasy Film Festival. I'm your host, Mick Garris. Here on the Fantasy Film Festival, we're trying to salute the imaginative side of Hollywood and the world film industry by presenting the best science fiction, fantasy, and horror films we can get our hands on. Sometimes these come from the most unlikely places. Tonight's feature is just one of those, Piranha, intended as a low-budget exploitation film from Roger Corman's New World Pictures, to capitalize on the success of Jaws. With us in the studio, we have one of the stars of Piranha, everyone's favorite vampire, Barbara Steele, the director of the picture, Joe Dante,
Nobody's favorite vampire.
That's right. And Paul Bartel, who was also in the film and is a director in his own right, he directed Death Race 2000, also for New World. We'll start with you, Barbara. How did you become involved in the picture?
Oh, well, I really don't know. Joe asked me to be in it. It's that simple.
Pretty much.
Bought me 3
pretty much
martinis.
covers it.
I said
right.
yes. Right, but actually I really wanted to play the Mad Doctor.
That's true. That's true.
I did.
Yes, Barbara was really hot to play Dr. Hoke, the Kevin McCarthy part. And since Dr. Hoke was frequently being beaten up by Bradford Dillman, we thought that might make the hero unsympathetic.
And I'm just dying to play a victim. I'm so exhausted by playing these sort of evil, predatory women. So if anyone wants to give me a victim role.
I'll give you a victim role. You're the victim of my questions. How much of your career has been, or much of your career has been devoted to the fantasy field? Has that been by choice? Do you like being involved in this?
Everything
genre?
depends upon who you're working with. You know, once you're making a film, you're making a film. And most of the so-called fantasy films I made were made in Europe, in genuine locations, and that was in Italy, most particularly in Italy. And that was very hypnotic and intriguing and spooky, because, you know, I crawled around in a lot of crypts, and I have a very ambivalent feelings about, you know, vomiting ketchup on somebody else's grave. But, but I loved working with the Italians. Mwah.
That's right. Joe, how did the film come to be? After you say, I want to read an exhibitor tip here.
Actually, if you read the exhibitor tip now, it'll probably put the film in firm perspective.
This is sent out by New World to the theater owners and how to exploit the film. Create some exciting pre-publicity by leaving dead piranha at various strategic locations along the banks of your local lakes and streams. Promote community interest and fear by organizing groups to guard against the coming onslaught. Give enterprising kids in your area a few bucks to make themselves scarce for a couple of days and watch the grosses soar.
I think the picture firmly captures that spirit. It was unusual for Roger in that Piranha was not a project that he initiated. He's very strong on doing his own ideas with his own money. When some of the money comes from somewhere else, however, he's a little more conducive to doing something different. So Jeff Sheckman, the executive producer, came to Roger with this idea, which he had been taking around town since Jaws came out, frankly. I mean, it is indeed a ripoff of Jaws. There's no getting around it. And Roger, because UA had the foreign distribution rights and put up half the money, Roger said, fine, go ahead. And we shot it in Texas last March for 22 days, and it came in costing about $650,000, which is something less than Jaws 2.
Yes, which was between 20 and 25 million, if I'm not mistaken. Paul, I'd like to get your ideas on which you prefer, acting or directing.
Well, I prefer directing because my main interest is in telling stories, and you have more control when you're directing the picture than when you're simply acting in it. However, I think that acting keeps you supple, keeps you in touch with the directors, that is, keeps you as a director in touch with the actor's problems. And besides, one of the nice things about New World Pictures is that everybody gets to do everything. Right. Joe has acted in a couple of films that I've directed. I've acted in a couple of films that Joe has directed, or one that he's directed and one that he's co-directed. I cut a sequence in a film that I acted in, and so Alan Arkish directed recently.
Rock and Roll High School.
Exactly. That's one of the things that makes Roger Corman's operation unique. Is
learn by doing.
An incestuous company.
And that people get a chance to do so many different things and work with their friends. Mike Nichols once said that the best way to get ahead in this business is to work with your friends. Right. And that's what you get to do at New World.
And also within a certain framework, a certain very commercial framework, there is a great deal of freedom in some ways in working for Roger, in that once you have satisfied the basic market requirements of putting X gallons of blood and X, bed breasts and fight scenes and car crashes or whatever, you're fairly well left alone to do pretty much what you want. And I don't think that this particular picture would have probably ended up having as much humor in it had it been made maybe for some other company.
Right. Barbara, you worked for Roger Corman in Pit and the Pendulum. Why don't you tell me a little about your experiences with him on that?
Well, that's so long ago, and I was so fragile and inexperienced at the time that I really haven't got an objective feeling. Roger seemed to me that he was a sort of very quiet man in the background. He doesn't involve himself very much with the actors. He's extremely polite and profoundly shy, I think, with his actors and being intimate with his actors. But always very civilized and very nice. And so my main relationship on that film was with Vincent Price, who was very supportive and charming. Yeah.
Now, you've worked all over the world. You've worked a lot in Europe, in Canada. You've worked here in the States. How was your experience working in San Marcos, Texas, on Piranha?
Well, I had a terrific time. I mean, I had a fabulous time because Joe was fantastic to work with, and so was John. They were incredible. John Davison, the producer, they were incredible under this excruciating stress. I mean, when I saw the film, I couldn't believe how phenomenal it looked and how the craftsmanship. It just is fantastic. And they were so easy and warm and supportive, and I thought I was, back in Europe. And everybody seemed to have a good time, and nobody collapsed, and nobody was bitchy. I couldn't believe it, especially as the year before that I'd just done Pretty Baby, which was just an absolute nightmare in terms of hostility and stress and etc. on the set.
Okay. Right now, there are headlines in the newspapers about a similar circumstance to the plot line of the movie. Paul, why don't you tell us about that? We just heard about this.
This was really miraculous. If I didn't know better, I would have suspected Roger of arranging this to facilitate the distribution of the picture. Apparently, somewhere in Florida, some guy was fishing and came up with a fish that he had never seen before and took it to the local game warden for identification, and was told that they had never seen it either, and they took it to a university, probably the University of Florida, and it was identified as a piranha. And there's all kinds of speculation about how piranhas could possibly be living in a lake in Florida. The speculation is that somebody dumped out their pet piranhas, which I think are illegal in the United States. It's not legal to own them as pets, although a lot of pet stores have been selling them under the table because, like man-eating plants, they're very popular.
What does that feed piranhas, apart from little toes? No, what does it feed piranhas as a pet?
Hamburger.
Children.
Hamsters?
Right, youngest sons.
Firstborn.
And now they're reaching out into the tributaries of...
Well, that's what people are wondering, whether they've gotten into the streams that connect with this fishing hole.
We had nothing to do with it.
The most terrible thing I've heard that you can work with as a director, Joe, are dogs, kids, and water. You worked with all three of them together. Tell me about
Well,
that.
the dogs and the kids, the dogs are fine, the dog was wonderful, the kids are fine, but the water is real grim. A lot of the picture was shot in lakes and rivers where there are houses every 5 feet, and we're supposed to make it look like it's an isolated river, so you have to keep cutting little pieces out when the houses go by in the background. And the rest of it was shot in the Olympic swimming pool in L.A., which we dumped gallons and gallons of Caro syrup into to make it look like blood, and we created a horrible fungus, which they apparently had to have the people from Sacramento, no, really, come down, really, to try to kill it.
When are we going to shoot this?
And the Olympic swimming team apparently must have missed a lot of practice, so if they lost this year, no.
Listen, let me throw something in here, because when this picture started shooting, Joe did not know how to swim. And the prospect of making
I knew how to swim. I just didn't like to swim. And I still don't like to swim.
Well, didn't it take you some time to get used to it?
It took me some time to get used to the cold water, and I still have chapped lips and an earache.
Let's get acquainted with a couple friends you brought along here. This is one of the co-stars of the film. Can you get a shot of that? Oops. And this is another co-star of the film.
Look, he's crippled.
He hasn't recovered from this shooting.
He's been very ill. As you can see, he looks ill. He's been being used as a stand-in on Star Wars 2, and he's gotten really sort of grunged up. But this was designed by Phil Tippett. It's a stop-motion whatchamacallit, which we used in a sequence in the picture where it perhaps was not called for in the script, but nonetheless we felt that it would add a certain light tone to the rest of the picture, which would be beneficial.
He's bandaged here.
Looks like an iguana. Does he lay eggs? No.
Well, not that I saw, but then I have been looking. He's Phil did a remarkable job animating him stop frame.
Explain how that's done.
Well, we move it this much and take a shot, and this much and take a shot, and the sophistication is mainly in the lighting, which is very important, and the number of movements that you can do and not knock them over and have to start over. This is one of the rubber fish that we had designed for the film. We had given some thought to using real piranhas, which I quickly put a kibosh on, and we used these and shot them very fast. At like 9 frames a second, and got a fairly pleasing impressionistic impression.
Much of the special effects crew was from Star Wars. How did you go?
Well, Phil Tippett, who designed the creature, and John Berg, who was in charge of the effects, had both worked on Star Wars 1, and John Davison and I initially had envisioned doing all the sequences with the piranha in stop motion. Which would have been hugely expensive, and we would still be working on it if we had done it that way. We eventually settled for this way, which was actually found simply through magic, because when we started the film, it was such a rush that we never had a chance to do any effects tests. So we were shooting things underwater in the swimming pool, and then going to MGM in the morning and looking at the rushes, and they were no good, and we would have to go back and try to do something else. And it's astonishing to all of us that it managed to work out, and it's a testament to Phil and John and the other people who worked.
Okay, we've been talking with Barbara Steele, Joe Dante, and Paul Bartel. Please stay tuned to watch what we've been talking about, Piranha. Thank you for joining us, and hope to see you next time. Hello, I'm Mick Garrison. I'd like to thank you for joining us once again in this special series of major science fiction blockbuster films. Tonight is one of the most popular science fiction films of all time, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the special edition. And we're lucky to have with us the writer and director of the film, Steven Spielberg. Steven, thanks for being here.
Nice being here.
The first thing I guess would be the most obvious question: why take a hugely successful film, one of the most successful films of all time, and rework it for re-release?
Well, it was a really combination of a lot of things. The first impulse that hit me was that when the movie was released, I was locked into a release date in November of 1977. And because of that, there were a lot of things I wanted to do with the film I didn't have time to do. A lot of editing choices I didn't really have time to think about. I had to finish the picture very, very quickly. And everything had to do with the special effects. We were rushing the effects out and rushing the picture out. And essentially, I only really had 2 previews of the picture. And the previews worked very well, and everybody felt we had a successful picture, which in fact we did, but it wasn't what I had originally written. It wasn't 100% of what I had written. It was perhaps 80% of my original notion, years before 77. And there were 3 or 4 scenes that I had written many years before that I never had a chance to actually shoot and put in the movie. So I went to Columbia, and I suggested to them that when they did redistribute the film, which is always the case with a successful picture, they'd like to reissue. I said, let me go out and shoot my original script, and we get those scenes in, and they agreed.
I guess when a film has done over $100 worth of business, the luxury of another couple of million is easy to rationalize.
Yeah, and also it gave them what they felt would be a selling handle. It gave me the chance to make my movie the way I would have intended, the way I intended to make it years before, and it gave them a chance to perhaps make a few more dollars on it, and all of us for that matter.
And it seems more appealing than just a standard re-release.
Oh yeah,
Something more special.
It was more appealing, and also it was there's a notion about films that I don't quite agree with, and that's when the paint's dry, walk away and leave it alone, and you can always change clay, and I think films should be pliable, and you should have the opportunity to play with movies years after they've been television re-edits pictures constantly, and sometimes for the better and sometimes not for the better. But
can you see yourself doing this in the future as well?
If I make a project I feel strongly about, as I feel toward Close Encounters, yes, I probably would play with it years after the release, whether the film was successful or not.
Close Encounters seems to be a very personal sort of film in a lot of ways, something that meant a lot to you. One of the questions we always ask on this show is about the genesis of the film. How did the whole thing come about?
Well, the whole idea started with a short film I made when I was about 15 years old. I was making 8mm movies then, and I was living in Phoenix, Arizona, and I made a picture called Firelight, and it was about UFOs. And I've been a UFO, not a fanatic, but I've been curious about the possibility of extraterrestrial life coming here, and also certainly curious about the probability of life elsewhere. And I made this movie. It was 2.5 hours long, and Close Encounters is actually the sequel to a film I made like in 1963.
Well, the film seems very well researched. Every time you hear about a close encounter or a UFO sighting, it seems to be something that has ended up in your film. How heavily did you go into the reports, the eyewitness report?
Well, I researched it, but there is not a great deal of information available about ufology. There are experts on the scene like Dr. Hynek, who we employed as a technical consultant, and Jacques Vallée, and people like Stanton Friedman, and even Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan is much more of a practical scientist and philosopher. But I really had to. My source material was kind of cheesy. They don't write scientific journals about UFO reports. It's not exactly the most pursued topic in science today. So a lot of it came from strange comic ideas I would hear about, or a lot of the ideas, or not the ideas for the scenes, but a lot of the research I did really came from sightings that were not altogether well-founded. I researched a few myself and debunked a few myself, and a few I couldn't explain. And then Dr. Hynek came on board after the script had been written, and he was very beneficial in reading a scene and saying, well, that is absolutely into science fiction, but this is more like what I have been researching. And I wanted to keep a real verisimilitude throughout Close Encounters. It was very important to balance the reality. This was happening to a suburban family in real life, as opposed to happening to people who were perhaps not as realistic as the character Dreyfus portrays.
This was happening to people who should be in that audience watching the film.
Oh, it was happening to people who eat Wheaties for breakfast and go to movies at night and watch Dallas, and it was that sort of...
Now, the thing that made the film as magical as it is not only the characterizations, but the special effects. Now, you have a credit for the conception of many of the visual concepts. Let's talk a little bit about those and how they were different from, well, Star Wars, obviously, a few months before.
Yeah, well,
very different look.
Yeah, I mean, there are two different kinds of special effects, certainly. I kind of think of Close Encounters as being a real terrestrial movie as opposed to a highly extraterrestrial movie such as Star Wars or Star Trek. And Close Encounters, the whole special effects concept was very simply that I worked on the notion for the mothership and what the UFO should look like and what color light they should have and how amorphous they should look. And most of that was essentially my design, working through an artist named George Jensen. We worked together. He was like on staff as an illustrator. We worked together for a full year before anyone else came on the picture. Doug Trumbull, Dick Urasich, any of the fellows working out of Future General. That was the subsidiary of Paramount, the company that we employed to physically realize the special effects.
To do your Columbia picture.
To do our Columbia picture, exactly. And so I essentially began work on the effects a year before the technical geniuses, such as Doug Trumbull, came to work on the film. And then when Doug came on the film, he took those ideas and just made them into wonderful magic.
Right. And Doug will be with us for 2001, so.
Oh, yeah, Doug's the best. He's great.
Right. Now, if you're at all like me, you were brought up on the science fiction films of the 50s, in which all the aliens are a threat to be destroyed. when they come to Earth. There is nothing friendly about them, I guess, a lot of them representing the communist invasion and all that. Now, Close Encounters is perfect for the end of the 70s and the 80s. It's a very wistful, very friendly, longing look at alien life. Now, what's the difference? How did our perceptions change?
I don't know, because I was alive and well when they were making Earth versus flying saucers, and they were making pictures about teenagers necking in a forest, and strange creatures would come out of the trees and kill them both. Yeah, I was around for that, and I never really stood behind that. Just I never really endorsed those beliefs that extraterrestrials are 100% hostile. I've always had a feeling that if anybody was smart enough to get here, they would be smart enough to take the next step, which would be to communicate and understand, and not necessarily laser us out of existence.
When you were a kid, were you hopeful to meet
Yeah, I was sort of a wimpy kid, you see. So as a little wimpy kid, I didn't want a bully to come down and scare me. I wanted to shake someone's hand bigger than me and get invited on their ship and go off for a ride. I was actually always very pacifistic about that belief.
One of the specific things about your films is the characterizations are very real and very empathetic to a general audience, to the masses. Some of the things you do to get those performances are interesting. Now, Cary Guffey's look of complete wonder and awe as he first sees whatever is out there is really interesting. Would you like to tell us how that was achieved?
Yeah, I tell you something, I would love to, except for the fact that right after this interview is over, they're going to play the movie. And the people who have never seen it before are going to look at that scene, they're going to say, I know why the kid's reacting that way, because. All right. But that's just a little secret, I hate to give out, especially so close to the running of the movie.
Right, you're right.
There are all sorts of tricks you can play on a child, especially Cary at the time was almost 4, not quite 4 years old. And I began resorting to tricks when I first met him. I realized he was such an exceptional child that after a week working with him, I dealt with Cary as I dealt with Dreyfus or Melinda Dillon or Terry Garr or Francois Truffaut as a person, as a very, very intelligent person who could understand what he was supposed to be feeling and what he was supposed to be doing and then carry that out beautifully.
The interesting thing about your directing as well is obviously you have a very cinematic mastery and your relationship with actors. Often directors are one or the other. They direct performances or they direct cinema. What is your background in studying cinema and directing?
Well, my background essentially is, I guess, what everybody's background is today, the directors of today were raised on movies as opposed to theater. I'm not a theater child. I'm a movie or a television watcher. Essentially, my background is I studied acting for a couple of years, not to be an actor, but in fact to be a director while I was in college, and tried acting. Of course, failed miserably at it, but had that experience behind me, and wanted very much to direct. And when you direct, the best way to do it is just go out and direct. And experience taught me everything. Experience before I ever became a professional filmmaker. I was making films from the age of 12 on to today, and you learn, I think, more by getting out there and rolling up your sleeves with a 8mm movie camera and photographing your 12-year-old friends than essentially you do going to the best universities and the best acting classes in the world. That is something that is just assimilated over experience and time.
Now, you began directing for network television at the age of 21 with the likes of Joan Crawford and all. Was that an intimidating experience for you?
Sure. How would you feel if the first person you were asked to direct was the formidable Joan Crawford? That was
intimidated.
It was the most frightening experience of my entire life. Nothing has come up to it except maybe directing Jaws was slightly more frightening than directing Joan Crawford. But she was wonderful, and she treated me like I was George Cukor, or she treated me as if I was Raoul Walsh. I mean, I had a lot of respect from her because she had a old school professionalism about respecting the director, no matter how many pimples he has on his face. And I had plenty in 1969.
And your voice was cracking.
And my voice was cracking, and the crew was laughing, and like, this kid's not going to make it past the 8th day. And in fact, I was about a day behind schedule, and the executives began coming down and watching to make sure I didn't go 2 days over schedule, and it was quite a traumatic experience.
How did you make that transition from television on Night Gallery and things of that sort? Duel was a TV movie here, theatrical in Europe. And then Sugarland Express, then Jaws.
Right.
Huge change.
Yeah. Well, a change. Yeah. It was just a process of finding scripts. Sugarland was a story that I had written and I wanted to make for a long time. And after I directed Duel. Duel was on television, and in Europe popular enough that people began coming to me and saying, now you've done about 11 TV shows, how about doing a feature? And I was being offered feature scripts, and rather than doing someone else's movie, I've always preferred to do my own films, and I pulled Sugarland out of the drawer and made that next for Universal. And then Jaws was essentially because the producers of Sugarland were the producers of Jaws.
Right, exactly.
And they wanted to work with me again, and I wanted to work with them, and Jaws came along.
It was quite a plum.
Yeah, it was a plum, and it was good timing, and I guess it was lucky I grabbed that subject. But in actuality, Jaws is very similar to Duel. Mm-hmm. In terms of structure and intensity, it's a very similar story. So I wasn't exactly going into sort of a strange land from Duel. I felt in effect that I was making just an extension of the land shark I was making now, a water shark movie.
Now, the success of Jaws led to a situation where you could do anything you wanted, really. Is that true?
Well, up to a point. I mean, anybody can do anything they want until they, in fact, want to make the telephone book, and then someone says, who has a lot of money and to give to you, says, no, I really don't think the telephone book would make a very good movie.
Right, but along came Close Encounters, a big-budget film, which led to 1941, also a big-budget film. Do you want to talk about the making of spectacular, high-budget production?
You know, it takes years, and it takes a lot out of you, and your hair gets gray, and you get very tired, and you get no sleep, and the profits are extraordinary, and the loss is just as extraordinary if it's not successful. And it's big risk filmmaking.
You're ready for a small picture, aren't you?
I've been ready for a small picture for 10 years. 10 years. Yeah.
And you're going to be doing that?
Yeah, eventually. I think my next picture will be a very small picture.
Now, right now, we're just about ready to wrap up. I'd like to touch on Raiders briefly.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Right.
Yeah, that's the picture coming out. Paramount produced it. George Lucas was the producer and wrote it with Larry Kasdan, and it's a film coming out in the summer.
Do you want to say anything more about it, or no?
It's a spectacular adventure film. What more can I say?
Okay, with Harrison Ford.
With Harrison Ford and Karen Allen and some wonderful people.
All right, we've been talking with Steven Spielberg. I want to thank you for being with us, Steven, and look forward to Close Encounter. This is the special edition right away.
Okay, great. Great.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Okay, thank you, Howie Itzkowitz. You'll be seeing Howie in the Star Trek motion picture in just a few minutes. With us in the studio here, I'm Mick Garris with the Fantasy Film Festival, and Bill Shatner, the star of Star Trek, the TV series, and the motion picture, is with us right now. Bill, thanks for being here.
Don't forget, add the raw material for the comedy routine.
That's right.
That's funny. It's eerie to hear yourself imitated. Although I can't imagine it's me. I heard him imitating somebody else that sounded exactly like that person. I can't imagine he's as exact with me.
Pretty close.
Yeah. It's the phrasing.
The first thing I want to ask, with the great success you had with the TV series, it probably crossed your mind that it might not be the best idea to reprise the role in 1979 or whatever as Captain Kirk in a major motion picture. You're an actor, you play a lot of different roles, and I imagine you had some hesitation about taking that
Sure
on.
did. I thought about it all in about 5 minutes. Actually, you can rationalize anything, and as I went around whether I should or shouldn't do it 10 years after the fact, and the series had grown and grown from a mediocre series that had been received in a middling fashion to something that is a phenomena. I wrestled with the idea of whether I should play the role, and then I suddenly realized, why am I even thinking about it, agonizing over it? I had to do it. I just couldn't allow anybody else to play the role of Captain Kirk. And although at that time the script hadn't been written, the concepts were changing, I knew it was going to be good. I knew it was something I had to do, no matter what the results were, both in my career or what the results were artistically as the movie.
Originally, it was a $15 million film, and it mushroomed into one of the biggest budget films of all time. It must have been kind of a nice feeling, sitting in the middle of this massive production.
Well, it sounds great. What takes place, though, from 15 million to whatever the final budget was, is a sense of growing hysteria permeating the entire studio.
Responsibility.
Well, me too, but on a far lesser degree than to Robert Wise, the director, and Gene Roddenberry as producer, and then, of course, the heads of the studio. Heads, both literally and figuratively, were going to roll as the thing got more and more expensive, and there was a feeling of how long will this last and how much will it cost, you know. So it wasn't like being in the eye of a storm; it was being in a gale wind.
Now, it seems to me, watching you on television and in films, you really enjoy yourself in front of the cameras. Is that true?
Yeah. I'm an actor. I've done nothing else but act all my life. I enjoy my work. I am bored at times, as we all are, especially making films. And the repetition of the theater can be boring. But on the whole, I love to act. I love to take the challenge of a role and make it mine and definitively mine. Somebody else can do as well or better, but it'll be different. Mm-hmm. And that I enjoy.
Captain Kirk, how much do you have in common? What are the things you see in him that...
Well, I play Captain Kirk because the situations are so fantastic that the only way to deal with any kind of reality for me is to play the situation the way Shatner would love to react. Right. If I were in that death potentially death situation, I would like to react in this way, and that's the way I play it.
Mm-hmm. Do you see your role as Captain Kirk maybe still playing cowboys and Indians a little bit, or?
Well, all acting is playing cowboys and Indians a great deal, not a little bit. As you get older and as your craft hopefully perfects itself, you do less pretending to be cowboys and Indians and more figuring out what the problems are, what the potentials are of a scene, and attack it and approach it in an artistic fashion, so that it's an amalgamation of cowboys and Indians and technology and experience and artistry.
Well, you played cowboys and Indians, good guys and bad guys. What do you enjoy more?
I hope the American movement isn't listening to you. You infer the Indians are bad guys.
Symbolically speaking,
I
of course.
Yeah. I thought I'd make that point for both of us.
Thank you. For looking out for me, though.
Right. What do I prefer, you say? Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any preference. The cliche is the bad guys are the best parts to play because they're the most interesting, but not necessarily. A good guy, if he's fighting to be a good guy, or a good guy who doesn't know he's a good guy. I mean, there's so many variations that it isn't necessarily white bread to play to play a good guy and Jewish Rye to play a bad guy.
Well, there's a lot to say about heroism. It's awfully nice to be the man who's cheered on screen.
True, and if you can infer that the heroism isn't instinctive, but it requires an act of will, if you're really frightened of what's going on, but it requires the screwing up of your courage, to the sticking place, I believe is the phrase.
Right.
Why, that can be interesting.
Well, it's encouraging. What I have seen in films lately, several films, we're back to cheering heroes. And who is more heroic than Captain Kirk on the Enterprise? It's something that I think is an encouraging statement about fantasy films, and Excalibur being the main one out at this time.
Right.
And to be a part of that movement, you were doing that in 1966.
Yes. Heroes should be looking as eagles look. They should have a vision of the future, even in their eyes. Even when they look at the horizon, it's beyond the horizon. I think a great director once said, "What are they doing?" Talking about actor studio people. He said, why don't they think of a great sunset? He was saying, because this was his approach.
Right.
And I didn't understand that remark for years. But of course, anything can work for you. If a sunset moves you, it's just as valid as thinking about some childhood event that may have moved you.
Do you have a favorite role that you've done?
No, I don't do things like that. I think of it as moment to moment. I think of a role or anything in life, I guess, but certainly a role is how well you can play each moment. And then you go from that moment to the next moment. And if you're cooking, all of those moments meld and become a whole, as pointillism, I suppose.
Does that mean that there's not a role, an ideal role you'd love to play that you've not done yet?
Well, this summer I entertained the thought for quite a time of playing Richard III at a Shakespeare festival. And I had to cancel out at the last moment because of film commitments this summer, and I want to do Richard III before I pack it in. So that's.
All right, we'll go from Shakespeare back to Star Trek for a minute. Star Trek is an amazing phenomenon. There are conventions all over the world, thousands of people attending them. One fan has gone as far as to change his name legally to James T. Kirk. How can you account for that, and how does that make you feel to be basically the forefront of that fandom?
I can't account for it, but nor could I account for the yelling and the screaming at the Beatles or Frank Sinatra or wherever, whenever it started. There have been things that have caught the imagination of the public, and especially the youth, all through our entertainment history. So Star Trek is part of that history, and I don't know what accounts for it. Hysteria is one, love is another, and all the things in between. And how does it make me feel? In a strange way, I'm untouched by it. I don't think of it as a reality. I don't even perceive it or conceive it. I'm just an actor. I go from work to work, and Star Trek was a job, and is a job. We're going to make another one, and it's fun. I'm having a great time playing with the story with everybody who is responsible. A wonderful producer by the name of Harv Bennett, and I, and the writers, and we're having a great time playing with the story.
In other words, you're allowed to put a lot of creative input of your own into the direction of this, isn't it right?
Yeah. I understand Star Trek, I think. And
I should think you would.
I think I would, and even if I were stupid by 79 episodes and one long movie, something I'd have to have rubbed off. So between all the people who were responsible for the creation of Star Trek, I'm in there kicking and shouting, and it's really fun. As you were pointing out, the enjoyment. One has no criteria to measure anything in acting or in entertainment by except your own enjoyment. If you think it's funny, then it may be funny to the audience the first time that joke is cracked. And especially in a film where you don't have a tryout audience as you do in a play, everybody's working blindly, really. I think that's good. I think that's dramatic. That should hold. And you go thinking, well, I think we've got a good movie here, and then it either is or isn't. The audience immediately tells you.
And the audience, I think, can sense the performer's point of view. I think they can sense, as in the case with you, that you're having a good time.
I've got to have a good time, and I have found myself saying of late, let's not do this unless we're going to have a good time. And I really mean it. From every point of view, first of all, time goes by too quickly not to have a good time. And secondly, if you're having a good time, we all know that the audience is going to have a good time, at least we suspect. That may not be so, but the opposite is certainly so. If you're not having a good time, very definitely the audience is not going to have a good time.
Now, you've done a lot of science fiction and fantasy genre work. Does that particularly appeal to you? Two things that immediately come to mind are two of the Twilight Zone episodes, Terror at 20,000 Feet and the Devil Head one.
Certainly time interspersed between there. I never thought of myself as doing anything in the science fiction fantasy world other than Star Trek. But as you add them up...
Several years of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, a year, 5 years go by and you do something else. You've forgotten if you did the other one. And then people who are keeping track of these things remind you, say, oh, no, I didn't do that. But
I'm sorry, Bill.
Part of my, the netter part of my career. Fantasy and horror are the original storytelling, I guess. Certainly the Greeks told their stories of great horror. Oedipus is one of the original, if not the original horror story. So horror is and fantasy is a atavistic thing in man. It's the way the storytellers around the fireplace held everybody's attention. If you want to keep a group of children together and keep their focus of attention, tell them a horror story.
Scare them.
Which I used to do in camp at night and make up these horrible stories. I think that's where I first decided I could become an actor, because I was entertaining these kids in bunks by telling them terrible stories that I was making up on the spot, or else that I had read and stolen from Edgar Allan Poe or whatever.
We're fast running out of time. I'd like to talk about any future projects you have coming up for us to watch out for, in addition to Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek, which we'll film in the fall. I think that a series called The Protectors you'll see sometime next season on ABC.
Terrific.
I'm very hopeful of that. A story about a policeman, a group of policemen. There are a number of things, development things that I have going. A couple of things in TV that I'll be doing this year.
A lot of growth for you.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful year, and the future looks very bright.
That's great. And now let's see just how bright the future can look with Star Trek: The Motion Picture, starring William Shatner. Thanks a lot for being with us, Bill. Hi, I'm Mick Garris, and we're here to take an inside look at Animal House with the film's director, John Landis. John made his directorial debut at the age of 21 with a film called Schlock, and since then he has done the Kentucky Fried Movie, National Lampoon's Animal House, and is now working on the Blues Brothers movie. John, good to have you with us here. First, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how National Lampoon's Animal House came to be.
Well, Matty Simmons is the publisher of the Lampoon, and he was in sort of partnership with a man named Ivan Reitman, who's called the Canadian Roger Corman, which means he too makes schlock. And he was hustling Matty. He said, Matty, I really think that the National Lampoon should make a feature film. And they came to Hollywood and they got development money, and they hired Doug Kenny and Harold Ramis, two very gifted writers, to write a script. I understand the first script was going to be Charles Manson in high school, but that didn't pan out too funny, you know. And I could see them in the Black Tower going, you know. Anyway, but then Chris Miller became involved, and Chris is another writer for the Lampoon. Doug, by the way, is one of the founders of the National Lampoon, who was at the Harvard Lampoon, and it's all very preppy and Ivy League. And Chris had written stories called Stories from the Adelphian Lodge, which were based on his fraternity days.
And these ran in the Lampoon magazine.
Right, Lampoon magazine, and they were very popular, and they decided we'll make a movie about fraternities. And they wrote a number of scripts before I was involved. And then, this is the truth, I mean, the script girl on Kentucky Fried Movie, the continuity person, is Catherine Wooten, who was also on Animal House and now just finished Blues Brothers with me, very talented. And at that time, she was the girlfriend of Sean Daniel, who is now the vice president of Universal Pictures, but at that time was, hey, kid! You know, he was a production person. And he was handed this script that had multiple, you know, had a lot of urinating in it and throwing up and just a generally funny script, you know, in the studio go, here. And Sean, well, actually, Catherine would come home every day and say, well, today we had a naked girls chained up with a little midget in a clown suit beating them, and big black muscle men and karate killers, and Sean's going, what is this movie?
This was on Kentucky Fried.
And so he saw Kentucky Fried, literally before it was released. He saw my cut of it, too, of Kentucky Fried, and I was hired to develop Animal House because the script needed work. And in fact, that was interesting because what they proposed to me was, would you like to rewrite it or hire other writers? And I said, well, who are these three guys? And because I must say that the script was hysterically funny. I mean, really made you laugh aloud, which is very unusual. However, it was pretty brutal. And the Deltas were assholes. And I just didn't feel you could watch a movie about assholes. I might be wrong, but I didn't want to make one. And so they had to become more sympathetic. And I worked with the three writers, all of whom, by the way, Harold Ramis, Doug Kenny, and Chris Miller, all of whom were in college, in fraternities, in 1962. And so there was a great wealth of experience there.
Well, that's another impressive thing about the film is, as a period picture, it
portrays...
You're welcome, John. It portrays 1962 very accurately. The whole look of it, the costumes, everything. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, just before we did this, he said, well, what do you want to talk about? I said, mention what a good period picture.
And I got the $5.
Right. No. Yes, in fact, that was a lot of work, and I'm real pleased with it because it was a very low-budget picture. And the the art director, John Lloyd, and the costume designer, Deborah Nadulman, and everybody just did a terrific job, and the picture really is a good period picture. We went to a lot of trouble. The phone booths were different. There was no master charge then. So every store didn't have a master charge. I mean, it was very different looking, and yet it was similar. And it's real hard. I told you to say that, but it's true. I mean, it's always bothered me that no one's ever acknowledged that it's 1962 and very accurate.
Well, I must say, I thought that at the time, in addition to being prompted a little bit. But another thing about the film is that it's really well made. It's a well-made, well-directed picture, and that often is not a credit to you in the reviews. The reviews were not very good on the
film.
They
were lousy. Newsweek gave us an okay review, but most of the reviews were real mediocre and worse.
Does that bother you?
Yeah. I mean, I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me, but it's an odd thing with the critics. I don't think they know what they're talking about most of the time, so it's not just me. I mean, a case in point is a movie's out now called Coal Miner's Daughter, which is directed by a friend named Michael Apted. It's a wonderful movie.
Right.
It really is. And all the reviews praise Sissy Spacek's performance and Tommy Lee Jones, rightfully so, because they're wonderful. And very few of them say anything about Michael.
That's
and
right.
I'm going, well, what was he doing there? I mean, it's an odd thing. I don't know. The thing about Animal House in reviews that was odd was that Animal House was sort of this movie, how are you, and it became this huge hit, which was quite surprising to me too. I mean, it's a monstrous hit. I mean, it's like the 5th highest grossing film of all time. And so suddenly, from being this sort of, well, obnoxious comedy, the same critics, I went and took, I have them, the same critics who didn't like it would later refer to it as a role model to follow, which is kind of like, well, who are these? It's like when I remember Time Magazine, their famous thing, they reviewed Bonnie and Clyde, hated it. And then by the end of the year, it was on the cover as this important work of art.
10 Best Pictures.
Yeah.
What do you feel about the role model that Animal House has become with comedies? Everything is now another Animal House, hopefully.
Well, I don't know. It's very flattering that people want to make an Animal House kind of thing, but it's disturbing that no one seems to understand why Animal House worked, because the rip-offs tend to be very brutal and obnoxious and stupid, which I believe Animal House isn't. I think the level of intelligence and wit in the script is very ingrained. I mean, Harold and Doug and Chris are not dumb guys, and I think the movie's rather sweet, and I think that the Deltas are genuinely sympathetic. And people, the example is people always talk about the food fight. You always hear, the food fight, Animal House, and the food fight's one shot. That's like, I don't know, 4 seconds of screen time. Food flies in the air and cut. And yet you always hear about the food fight.
What you're working on now is the Blues Brothers movie, and you brought with us a teaser trailer that's playing in the theaters now, I believe.
Right.
And let's take a look at that. Can we get that rolling now?
Well, what are you guys going to do? The same act? You wear the same Fakakta suits? You'll scare people away. Thank you.
You are such a disappointing pair.
I'm going to become a priest.
You contemptible pig.
You gotta learn not to talk to nuns that way.
White men, white women, the swastika is calling you.
How, 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 how.
No problem.
Back to that same old place, sweet home, Chicago.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Do you see the light?
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God.
You just tell us where they are, and there'll be no trouble.
Use of unnecessary violence in the apprehension of the Blues Brothers has been approved.
Are you the police?
No, ma'am. We're musicians.
That looks awfully spectacular.
In fact, the teaser doesn't, it's meant to tease. It's an enormous movie. We deliberately kept it a secret. In fact, that's another thing about the press. I mean, because we told them they couldn't come visit us, the incredible misinformation that's printed about the movie is amazing. But it is an enormous movie. It has huge musical numbers. And it's a musical. And I'm very excited about it. I really am. We're mixing it now.
Didn't Universal have some discomfort when they saw the teaser?
I think they would have liked it to be, those wacky, crazy guys with their wacky, crazy music. I don't know. I think that it's playing in theaters, and we finished the trailer. The movie is rather unique, and I hope that so I'm in an odd position to talk about it now because no one's seen it but me, but I'm thrilled with it. It has extraordinary cast: Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, Cab Calloway, James Brown, Carrie Fisher, Henry Gibson, John Candy, John Lee Hooker, obviously John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd, and the Blues Brothers Band, and
They're all great musicians.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh.
I mean, they've been on all the great R&B records.
Oh.
Duck Dunn, Steve Cropper.
Steve Cropper wrote Dock of the Bay. I mean, oh, yeah. It's real... It's amazing. I'm very excited about the movie. It's odd. It's sort of I wanted to cross Ben-Hur with Singing in the Rain. You know, it's quite large.
We got less than a minute left, and I do want to touch on what you're doing after the Blues Brothers.
I'm going to London, and in January of '81, I'm making a film called An American Werewolf in London, which is exciting for me because by then it will be 12 years old.
Right, you wrote this at the age of 19?
19, yeah. And it's something I've always wanted to do. And I'm now, because of Animal House, I can now do it.
Is it a comedy horror film?
I don't know, it's rather undefinable. It happens to be truly funny, but it is definitely not a comedy. It is genuinely scary. I hope an English director named J. Lee Thompson said the nicest thing about the script. He said it was laughing over your shoulder humor, and I said, what's that? He said, sort of,
Okay, well, thanks a lot for being with us, John, and good luck on the Blues Brothers and everything to follow that. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Nick.
Hello, I'm Mick Garris, and I'd like to welcome you to a special Z-Channel screening for Academy Awards consideration. Our film tonight is a very original and striking one, and I must confess I'm quite enamored with it. It's Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane, formerly titled The Ninth Configuration. Our guest in the studio to talk about his film, a very personal film to him, is William Peter Blatty, who wrote, produced, and directed it. Bill, thanks for being here with us.
My pleasure.
It's a very unusual background to this film. It was originally a novel in the mid-'60s, I believe.
Yes, it was published under the title Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane by Doubleday in 1966. I wrote it in about 6 weeks. They published the first draft, and after The Exorcist, a couple of 2-3 years ago, I decided I'd squandered a wonderful idea, and I rewrote it, and Harper & Row published it again under the title The Ninth Configuration.
Now, I've never heard of a popular novel being rewritten completely from the same set of notes.
So far as I know, it's probably the first time, at least in modern history, although I heard at the time that the Magus was being rewritten and prepared for republication. But I don't know if it was reissued yet.
Now, I assume that since the book was originally written in 1966, it has had an interesting history coming to the screen.
Well, if you call struggling and bleeding for 15 years trying to get it to the screen interesting, I call it a little more than interesting.
What is the story of the genesis of this?
I have been trying for 15 years to get this motion picture made, and I have chased phantom financing all across the world trying to get it made. And a few years ago, about 3 years ago, I was in New York chasing shadows again, and I called my friend Mario Puzo. I was very dejected and said, let's go to dinner. And he said, why are you so down? I told him the story. He said, hey, Bill, Pepsi-Cola is looking to finance movies. I sent them the screenplay. They got excited, and we went into a co-venture, co-financing deal.
Now, you're no slouch around Hollywood anyway. You've been writing screenplays for years. You wrote...
Since 1960.
60, I think, was my first. I've written about 12 motion pictures.
Well, primarily you were known for your comedy
I
writing.
was strictly known for comedy. That's all I ever wrote up until The Exorcist. Of course, some people say that I didn't break the strand with that either.
But you had written Shot in the Dark, John Goldfarb, Please Come Home, Man from the Diners
What
Club.
You Do in the War, Daddy, etc.
Right. Now, it must have been quite a shock to the people who had followed your career when you came out with a novel as serious as The Exorcist.
I have the impression that nobody noticed. Up until the time I wrote The Exorcist, I was going through a dry period, and comedy had dried up, and I couldn't get work writing a serious drama. I said, since I have nothing else to do but stand in the unemployment line, I think I'll write this book I've been planning for so many years now and show people I can write something other than comedy. Well, after it came out, I know of a couple of instances in which producers that I had once done comedies for, without my knowledge, went to studios and pitched a comedy idea and said, hey, Bill Blatty would be perfect for this. And they'd say, Blatty, comedy? Well, the mythology is true in Hollywood.
Well, having produced and written the film The Exorcist, I would not have thought that it would have been any problem to make whatever film you wanted to follow that up with.
No, this one was a problem. No studio believed it was commercial, and furthermore, when a project has been passed on, just once is enough. But I would retitle this and resubmit it for perhaps the fourth time to the same studio. And they would always say, well, this must be the old Blatty. We must have had a good reason for turning this down. And they all thought it was non-commercial.
It's a very unusual situation because it was sold as a fairly non-commercial film when it first was released as the Ninth Configuration.
That's correct.
Fairly lofty, artistic campaign, and it is lofty and artistic, but it's also an extremely entertaining and funny, exciting film, and to me, a very commercial one.
Yes, it is an entertainment, and I've been in sat with a lot of audiences all across the country of every conceivable makeup, and getting them into the theater is a problem, but I promise you, those who are in the theater find it a tremendous entertainment. I don't want to dwell on the message and the serious elements, but it is an entertainment, and it is uplifting.
Well, it does have a point of view, too. And very few films right now have that point of view. And it reflects your personal philosophy, I assume.
Well, when you labor to get something made for 15 years, it's not just for the jokes.
Right. Well, the first, at least hour of the film is hilarious. It is nonstop, very strong comedy, but it becomes a very intense film, and at times, while not as graphic, is as intense as, say, Taxi Driver.
Yes, it is. Well, the comedy was deliberate. It was to set you up and prepare you for the shock that is to come.
What do you feel about manipulating an audience in a film?
I think I've been accused of, I've sat with preview audiences, heard a couple of kids, one say to the other at the end of the film, well, there he goes, Blatty manipulating us again, just like he did in The Exorcist, and I thought, what's the matter with that?
Isn't that the purpose of making a movie?
Well, it certainly is. Edgar Allan Poe was a manipulator, for heaven's sake. I mean, if you're saying that I have manipulated you into being surprised and or shocked and or being deeply moved by something, that I have tricked you, what does it matter how I got you there? I got you there.
Isn't that the point of all great art anyway, is to manipulate its audience?
Well, I wouldn't make so sweeping a statement as that. I am not too learned in these matters, but it certainly is my preference at work.
Now, you've been quoted as saying that the Kane story is the most important that you've been involved with to you. Why is that? Why is it so
It's always been my favorite. The characters of Kane and Cutshaw haunted me ever since I wrote that novel. They have never left me. They've always been with me. And when characters live with you for so long, that's what tells you that the work is important, at least to you.
How much of Bill Blatty do we see in those characters?
Well, a former wife once said that Kane and Cutshaw are the opposing poles of your own person. That may or may not be true. I'm not going to be crazy enough to comment or confirm that.
Do you see a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde in yourself?
There's a little Jekyll and Hyde in everybody. Take that.
All right. And do with it what I want. Now, there was very unusual circumstances under which the film was made. It was not made in this country. Why did you choose Hungary as the primary location?
It was cheap. Pepsi-Cola offered me a list of 7 countries in which they had block funds. One of them was Hungary, and I selected Hungary since they have the longest tradition of motion picture making. However, we didn't suffer for it. We came in 4 days under schedule, shooting in Budapest. I defy anyone to be able to tell that that castle interior is not a practical location as opposed to a set, which it is.
What were some of the problems in the production of the film?
Well, being a first-time director and working through 6 interpreters, a little bit of a problem. There was my own terror at the prospect of directing for the first time. I'd never directed my grandmother across the street before. And thank God I had a wonderful cinematographer in Jerry Fisher who did most of Joe Losey's films. I couldn't have done it without him.
Now, you wrote, produced, and directed this film. That's, I would call that an auteur film.
Yes, and co-financed it, which makes it a semi-dementia film.
And you also
violated the first principle of nature.
Never invested
put money into your own film.
And you also have a fairly sizable role in the film. How did that come about?
Oh, it's a small part.
Well, it's a meaty one.
Originally, Scott Wilson was signed to play the role of Captain Edward Frome, which is a small part, but a juicy part. During rehearsal, I realized that I had miscast my 2 leads. They were wonderful actors, but I'd miscast them. And we had 3 days to go until we started shooting, and I read Scott Wilson, who most people remember from In Cold Blood, and he was wonderful, and I made him one of the 2 leads. Got Stacy Keach over in 48 hours, and there was nobody else around. I couldn't go casting at that point, so I just filled in the role of Captain Frome. I enjoyed it, and a lot of hand me. It took forever to get that first shot between Captain Frome and Stacy, because every time Stacy turned around and looked at me, either he or I would go up.
Had you acted before this?
Oh, in college, not really.
Did you pursue theater arts when you were in college?
No. We had no such courses at Georgetown University. Theater arts, not even in creative writing. You acted, of course. We had a drama club, and there were heavy presentations, but even then I never directed.
As a writer, do you find it to be a struggle to sit behind the typewriter and actually pound it out?
It is the hardest work that I know. It didn't used to be quite as hard. I know when I wrote comedy, usually in the wee hours of the morning, I would get an immediate gratification if something really terribly funny occurred to me. You know, it's as though someone else had just said something funny, and I would actually laugh about it all by myself. But during and since The Exorcist, it's a lot more like mental manual labor. I mean, I love having done it, but I must be dragged to the typewriter.
Now, The Exorcist, did you expect the phenomenon you created?
I expected the novel to be a smash. I knew that when I was halfway through the writing of it. When I saw the rough cut of the film, I expected it to be a powerful and very well-received film, a hit. But I had no idea it was going to be the phenomenon that it turned out to be.
Was it a very heavily researched novel?
My Lord, I started researching that when I was in college. I'm not going to tell you when that was.
Well, it seems that The Exorcist and the novel Killer Kane were both quite an about-face for you, having done fairly frivolous comedy films. These are both really meaningful to you.
Well, they are, and there comes a point in your life, or in some people's lives, when you reflect, I'm getting very, very well paid to do something that I like, which is make people laugh. But what is that really doing for them, and therefore what is it that I am doing with my life? Now, after 8 years of Jesuit education, I decided that in the vehicle of The Exorcist and in Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane, there was a vehicle for repaying what I had learned and for passing on some of what I had learned, those elements that are most hopeful and optimistic, and I feel a little bit more useful.
For all of the terror and intensity of The Exorcist and Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane, they're very uplifting films. in many ways.
They are, although the ending of The Exorcist was widely misunderstood and not accepted as an uplifting film, I must say, which was why I was so careful about the epilogue to Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane.
Would you like to clarify the ending of The Exorcist for those who may not have got your point?
For those who think that the demon triumphed and carried Karras out the window, that is not correct. That is not. It would take too long to explain it.
All right, let's talk a little bit now. You were not particularly enamored of The Heretic.
No kidding.
No kidding. So you have come up with your own sequel. It's called Legion.
I'm glad you said my own, because rarely does a week go by someone does not ask me, did you write The Heretic? And I want to hit them in the mouth. Not that I'm that wonderful a writer, but really, that has to be the worst motion picture I've ever seen in my life. But Legion is going to be my idea of what the sequel to The Exorcist should have been.
Had you intentionally avoided being involved with a sequel to The Exorcist?
Yes, I was asked to write the screenplay. I didn't want to. I thought that the story ended there. That's it. But there has since occurred to me a story just so marvelous. I don't think The Exorcist was frightening. I realize it's had that impact, but I never meant it to be that frightening. I meant it to be intriguing and fascinating, a supernatural detective story.
It certainly was more than that.
Legion is my idea.
Do you want to give us an idea of what it's about, or should we wait?
Well, I will only tell you that nothing levitates, that it's the cerebral supernatural that is involved. And the title comes from a passage in the scripture where Christ meets a man who was possessed. And he asks him, what is your name? And the man answers, Legion, for we are many.
Well, it sounds very interesting. And now we're going to take a look for Academy Award consideration, Twinkle, Twinkle, Killer Kane. Bill Blatty, thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you very much, Nick. It was a pleasure.
Hello, I'm Mick Garris, and I'd like to welcome you once again to the Fantasy Film Festival. Today's feature is It Lives Again, a sequel to a bit of a classic horror film, It's Alive. We've had a little bit of a scheduling problem. Rick Baker will not be with us right now, but instead we have the writer, producer, and director of the film, all in one man, Larry Cohen. Larry, nice to have you here with us.
It's nice to be here.
Now, you started out originally working in television. I guess The Defenders was the first thing you were involved in that way, as a writer, right?
Yeah, I began writing television when I was in college, and I wrote about 3 years of The Defenders, courtroom shows.
You also created, branded, I believe, and even more suitable for our purposes, The Invaders, with the stiff little finger invaders.
Yeah, Roy Finnis, The Invaders on ABC television.
Right. How did that all come together?
Well, I had always wanted to do that particular show, and that was basically inspired, I guess, by the Invasion of the Body Snatchers idea, concept, which I had seen when it came out as a B movie, obscurely played in New York many, many years ago, and the idea of aliens on Earth in human form I thought would be a good format for a television program. And also, I'd been writing The Defenders and was very involved in political drama, and it seemed to me that using aliens who had infiltrated our society was a way of dramatizing the fixation of communist infiltration of the United States and the paranoia that was spreading across the country and was just coming to an end about communists everywhere in the government and everywhere in show business and in the motion picture industry. And we could somehow treat that in television by doing a show like The Invaders. And
they're in your neighborhood.
They're in your neighborhood. And of course that came on right after the tail end of the
blacklist. You still had to clear the names of actors with the networks up until a few years before. I remember during the Defenders period, names of actors had to still be cleared at the networks to know that they were approved and they could still be employed. Even Branded, which was a Western series, was about a cavalry officer who was court-martialed out of the service and humiliated and stripped of his rank and, in effect, blacklisted. And as he traveled through the West, his reputation prevented him from getting jobs and preventing him from getting a place that he could permanently live. And I remember Chuck Connors, who was the actor who was playing it, was sitting with me one day during the first season of the show, and I started to explain to him what really had made me write this show in the first place, that he was actually playing a show about a blacklisted man. I think I told him the wrong thing because his political persuasion lay in the other direction, and we never spoke again, and I was shortly removed from the program. And other writers came and took over the show.
Well, all of your projects have a little bit of the feeling of the outsider, the outcast anyway. What basically drew you into the genre? Most of your theatrical features are science fiction horror oriented. Are you particularly enamored of that field?
Not really. Some of them have been science fiction or horror oriented, but they're really, as you say, films about the outsider, the person who doesn't fit in, the outcast. And I don't see the It's Alive series of the two films being that different really in genre from the Elephant Man kind of concept of the freak or the unusual person or the person who can't be accepted. The first picture I made, which was not widely distributed, was called Bone, with Yaphet Kotto as a black man. And it dealt with the black man's role in the white man's eyes as sort of a monster figure, a fearful figure, you know, a certain kind of black man who represents a sexual and physical threat to the white man. Even though he's not even armed, his very presence on the street makes a certain white person, a certain type of white person, walk a little further to the right or get out of the way because he symbolizes something to them as a threat. So that's what the first picture was about. And then the It's Alive films were about a mutation, a different kind of person being born that might be an indication of what the future might bring to our society and the fear that our society has of that kind of person, somebody different. All the films have had that kind of approach. The J. Edgar Hoover picture was about a man who was different, very closed and uptight and unto himself, didn't fit in with anybody, always felt an outcast, always felt strange and odd. And so he, instead of becoming one of the people, he became a super figure, an outside figure who eavesdropped and blackmailed and peeked through the keyholes, but never participated in life, but made judgments and tried to control the people from the outside. So he never was, and people have called that a political monster film.
Right.
And
human monster.
A human monster.
Well, let's talk a little about the whole genesis of the It's Alive story. How did that come together? It's like an hour-and-a-half commercial for Planned Parenthood in a way, it seems.
Well, I guess I got that idea for that story many, many years ago. I think I was in high school or something when I first came up with the story idea. And then I had it in my head for years and told it to people. People were interested, but I had never written it down and made a screenplay out of it.
I guess we ought to say that the story concerns a woman who gives birth to a genetic mutation, a baby monster, which goes around killing people.
Which, in its own self-defense, actually,
right,
kills. In the first film, it kills the doctor who delivers it, and the story
a room full of orderly.
And and the story in the story revolves the father of the child's attempt to turn the responsibility away from himself, to deny the parenthood of the child and to participate in its destruction. And finally, upon facing the infant himself and seeing it and having the power to kill it, he realizes that it is his child. He accepts its humanness. He sees the part of it that is human in himself, and he tries in the end to protect the child, and he feels love for it. And it's a very moving scene which was filmed in the storm drains of Los Angeles, where he picks the child up in his arms and the tears stream down his face, and he realizes that this is his child and he does love it. And remember, in the first film we hardly ever showed the baby.
Right.
It was a monster film in which the monster was not seen. It was rather felt.
to
we
the press.
spoke for a magazine article about this, and you had an interesting theory about the bigger the monster, the less frightening it is, and the more you see of a monster.
Well, I think that smaller things are somehow more frightening to us in real life. I mean, people are afraid of a mouse or an insect, a roach or something. Sometimes will drive people into a frenzy of terror. Small things are the things that we fear that we come in contact with the most. And there are many gags in an It's Alive type picture. As well as doing a serious film with emotion, you also do gags. You do kind of black humor.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the black humor was to take the most innocent image of all, which is an infant, and by some sort of skill, turning that into an object of terror. So what would be the least frightening thing in the world? Would it be a newborn baby? And let's take it now and turn it into an object of terror. And how do we do that? Well, we don't show it. We do it with sound effects, we do it with shadows, we do it with innuendo, we do it with point of view shots of the camera. And actually this picture was made, the first It's Alive picture was made before Jaws.
Right.
And many of the devices that we used in It's Alive were also used by Spielberg in Jaws. The point of view from the baby, the music, which only comes in whenever the baby appears, Bernard Herrmann's music, which is the leitmotif of the infant.
Right.
We've been imitated quite a few times since then, you know, by Frankenheimer in that picture that he made, The Prophecy,
right,
where he took the entire opening sequence from It's Alive and redid it with the flashlights going through the dark.
Right. There's another similar film, The Devil Within Her.
Yeah, that was
British made.
That was made after It's Alive came out as an imitation of
another killer baby film.
Yeah, and people have even told me that in The Alien, the creature that comes out of John Hurt's chest, bears a striking similarity to the It's Alive baby.
Well, the most unique thing about the film was it was probably the first monster movie in which the object of terror is birthed by normal human adults.
Certainly, but not in fiction. You can go all the way back to Greek mythology, to normal human beings giving birth to monsters.
Right.
In every culture, every society, whether you go to Hindu or even American Indian culture, there's always the stories and legends of the human person who gives birth to the monster. As if every culture believes that inside us is some kind of monster waiting to get out,
right,
or a symbolic monster waiting to get out, or some kind of demon waiting to get out.
So this is a modern Jekyll and Hyde in a way.
Yeah, but in my estimation, the monster, as they call it in this film, is really an innocent.
Mm-hmm.
It's committed no wrong. It's just different. It may be that it's the next step in evolution because that's the only thing that can survive in a world that's going to be full of pollution and probably radiation, and that somehow nature is creating a being that can survive in the kind of world that we are creating for ourselves.
So a little Darwin in the film, too.
Yeah, I mean, I took the picture seriously on that level. On the entertainment level, we try to make a good thriller, somewhat in the style of the Val Lewton pictures at RKO back in the 40s, where he worked on low budgets and created the monsters by psychological manipulation of the audience, rather than by building gigantic robots or building gigantic models, but rather
But in the sequel, It Lives Again, which we'll be seeing in a moment, there are 3 baby monsters, and you see them much more clearly. Why was that choice made?
Well, we made the first picture in which we didn't show the monster at all, for any intents and purposes. I think you may have...
Fleetingly.
Yeah, 15 seconds or something in the entire 90-some minutes of actual monster. We shot a lot of stuff, but it was my decision to show less and less, and we got increased amount of suspense in direct proportion to the less that we showed the monster. The expectation.
Right.
I think people fear what they fear to see, you know. The fear of being afraid is the greatest fear of all.
Mm-hmm.
And so the second time around, however, we felt if we're going to ask everybody to come out and pay $4.50 again to come back and see a variation of the same theme, that we had to give them more monster. And in retrospect, that may have been a mistake. I think perhaps the second picture is not as frightening as the first picture. In many ways, I think it's better in some elements. There are some wonderful acting scenes. There's some very good performances. Frederick Forrest, Kathleen Lloyd, and John Marley, John Ryan. Good people, wonderful actors, who really brought a reality to it. And I think it was a good idea to tell some more of the story.
Now, John Ryan tells me that this was originally intended as a trilogy. Is that true? Will there be a third It's Alive Goes to College, as Rick Baker says? Or?
Well, now that Ronald Reagan's not available, I had an idea for a third picture. The first film was very, very successful at the box office. The second film did not receive a really good release, and it still may have a further release at some future time. I hope with the emergence of Frederick Forrest into a really big star.
Sure, The Rose, Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, and he has a new picture coming out called Hammett, in which he really carries the film and plays Dashiell Hammett, and I think that might carry him forward to real stardom. And then we have a film in which he stars, in which he does quite a good job, and that may end up enabling us to get another distribution of this film.
Right.
And if this does happen, and we have a successful release of this picture that you're going to see tonight, then it would be possible to make a third film.
We're fast running out of time. I just got the 1 minute signal. So let's talk a little about your new film, Full Moon High. There are a lot of werewolf movies coming out. Yours, basically, this is your first comedy, am I right?
Well, the first picture I made with Yaphet Kotto was a comedy. Jeannie Berlin and Yaphet Kotto. It was a comedy, a black comedy.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, a picture about a werewolf is a black comedy in itself. This is a comedy about a teenager played by Adam Arkin, who turns into a werewolf and leaves home and travels the world and comes back 20 years later to his hometown, where he, of course, has not aged, because being a werewolf, he stays young.
Right.
But all his friends who he went to high school with have all become middle-aged and older people. They've changed, actually, too. They've changed, just like he's changed into a werewolf, they change into old people. They become monsters in a way.
Well, I look forward to seeing that.
We have Alan Arkin as a psychiatrist who tries to
son
cure
and father.
And the father and son work very well together. And Ed McMahon's in it, and a wonderful cast of comedians. So it was a ball to make, and it should be out, I think, April or May from Filmways.
Great, that sounds terrific. Well, we've been talking to Larry Cohen, writer, producer, and director of It's Alive and It Lives Again. And we'll be seeing you soon on the Fantasy Film Festival. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Mi nombre es Jamie Lee Curtis.
Hi, I'm Mick Garris, and we have a special guest with us here today, Jamie Lee Curtis. She was the star of 2 John Carpenter films, Halloween and The Fog, and has since done Terror Train, and we're here to talk primarily about her new film, Prom Night. Jamie, hello. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little about the fact that all of your films so far have been thrillers or horror films.
We can say horror films, it's okay.
All right. What draws you to them?
Producers.
Producers.
Personally, I have no draw to horror films per se. I'm a chicken. I get very scared of them. I get terrified of them, as a matter of fact.
You're the woman in jeopardy in all of the films so far, and yet, although you're victimized, you're not the victim.
I do like playing strong women. It's very hard to find roles now where a woman has some sort of a vulnerability aspect to her and ends up being able to somehow come out of it with strength and intelligence and things like that. It's very hard to find roles like that. And in a horror film or suspense film, you end up having that, you run the gamut. You go from happy to sad to mystery, and then you go through a lot of emotion. So it's great for an actress, I think.
What do you think makes them so popular right now?
That's interesting. Probably, I have a theory that the world is very safe right now. Everybody was, the 70s were called the me decade, where everybody did only as much as to do the job, but never really went for it, never really put themselves on the line. And this is a way that all these people can now put themselves on the line without really having to participate. They can kind of do it vicariously through the film. So they go in there for 2 hours, get scared, get frightened, go through all of those emotions that are really, really right on the line, and then they can walk out and still be safe.
Right now it seems that the popular horror films are becoming increasingly violent and more gory. What do you think about that?
I think that horror films have done better when they do not have spectacular violence, that it's all mostly assumed. The more assumption there is into violence, I think it's better. You know, the less you see in that way, for instance, in Halloween, you really do see very little violence per se, in the sense of actually graphic violence. You see a lot of assuming violence, and you assume what happened afterwards, but you don't actually see it.
Prom Night was filmed in Canada. Tell me a little bit about the film and your role in it.
Peter Simpson, who produced it, when I met with him, he said, how'd you like to spend 6 weeks in Canada, right? Like that was a bad thing. I was so thrilled. I couldn't believe it. Canada, 6 weeks? Oh, you know, it's wonderful to be able to go away from your home because you really can kind of isolate yourself to the work. If you're here at home, a lot of people feel they much prefer working in a studio in their hometown, or because for some reason they feel much more comfortable. I feel better when I'm away from my home. Even a hotel, that way you don't have the problems you do at home. You don't have to go back to the dog who's sick or throwing up or something. You know what I mean? You're done with your work, you go to the hotel, you have some dinner, and you go to bed, and you can concentrate on your work. Prom Night is a film where my sister was killed very early on by a prank. And it is now the majority of the film takes place 6 years later. I think it's 6. And somebody comes back to avenge her death, avenge her death, and goes after the group of people that were responsible for it innocently, in a way. I mean, they were not actually the people who killed her, but they caused her to be killed. And someone comes back, and you don't know who it is. And it's, I play Kim Hammond. I was voted Queen of the Prom at the high school. And my group of friends are the group of people who were involved in it. And so, slowly but surely, Prom Night comes around, and some of my friends meet a formidable foe.
Yeah. It seems to have elements from both Halloween and Carrie.
Carrie in the sense of the location. I think any of these films, I think, succeed on one thing, is that they have a sort of a, I'm trying to find a word I'm reaching, controlled parameter, so that they, like, either it's on a prom night where you have a controlled place, or Halloween night where you have a controlled situation. It's like a situation comedy in the sense that you have a situation, and so all of it's going to work in that. And it works in the fact that you're at a prom, or you're on Halloween night, or you're on a train, or The Fog was a little different, but all of those films, Halloween, Prom Night, and Terror Train, all are sort of situated in one area, so therefore the tension builds a lot. If you're spread out a lot, the tension isn't built as well.
Now, Prom Night was different for you in one particular way. You got to do some dancing.
Oh, yeah.
You are a dancer.
Well, I've danced a long time. I never took ballet for a long period of time because I like to dance much freer. And I thought it was great to not only be able to play someone who's a very attractive woman, you know, prom, someone would have to be very attractive to be prom queen, but to be able to dance was just a double, you know, it was doubly fun. And be able to show other talents. You know, it's a lot nicer to find a project where you can not only laugh a little, be funny, but dance, be serious. You go through that gamut, as I was saying before. So it's nice.
Your father's Tony Curtis, your mother's Janet Leigh. With that theatrical background, was it a natural progression for you to go into acting?
I was never a child actor in the sense of the preparation and all that. I was a kid. I was the greatest. I was the biggest tomboy you ever met. I was just amazing. I used to ride bikes into pools and things. I was a cheerleader. I was a wonderful cheerleader. Yes, I was.
I'll bet you were.
I was terrific. I wanted to be a lawyer at one point and study criminal law. I like kids a lot. I love little kids. So I want to work with kids. But this seemed to, I was a big ham, a real big ham. So I can understand why I ended up doing it.
Your first two features were for John Carpenter and Deborah Hill, Halloween and The Fog. Tell me how that all came about.
Ew, I was so thrilled to get it. I must tell you, when you get your first movie and you're looking at the script, and you just keep turning the pages and you see their name on it, Laurie. I mean, it was so exciting to me. I kept turning the pages going, there's more and there's more here. Oh my God. It was a tough movie to make because we shot it in 20 days. So we shot it completely out of sequence. Just completely out of sequence. Scenes at the beginning, at the end, in the middle, and And so in the sense of trying to sustain emotion, and there was a definite build, a definite breaking point for her. So after the breaking point, I could do one scene where I'm being chased at the end and running around, and then we'll do a scene at the beginning of the movie. So you get the blood off, you get the mascara from underneath your eyes, you get your hair done again, and then you go being like it never happened. 10 minutes ago you were running scared, and now 15 minutes later, nothing's happened, and you're just looking out the window and you see something that seems possibly weird. And so the continuity was so strange that it takes a good director, I think, to really kind of help you out through there.
How'd you get the part?
I auditioned. Straight out audition. Actually, from the photograph that I guess was submitted, they didn't think I looked like one of the three women. And I was real lucky. I had a very persistent manager who kind of, come on, see this girl, she's real great. And ended up a couple readings, 3 or 4 readings.
And then you did John and Deborah's next film, The Fog, and worked with your mother. Yeah. Talk about working with your mother a little bit.
Well, I actually don't work with her in the film, in the sense of actually having scenes with her. We don't do. We were there a lot together, but we really never had a lot of stuff to do, which I wanted. I'm so pleased that they cast us separately. I mean, that to me was an honor, to be cast separately from her, but be in the same piece.
Rather than a mother and daughter.
Yeah, which would be very easy to do. It would be a packaged thing. I mean, it'd be very easy to do, and I don't mind doing that if the piece is right. But just to do it a lot sort of negates any work I've done on my own.
Okay, we've talked about your past quite a bit, and now let's talk about your future. You just completed filming in Australia on a picture called Road Games with Stacy Keach, right?
Road Games is it's best described as a rear window on the highway. Stacy plays a truck driver across Australia, American truck driver, and I'm a consulate's daughter who decides to run away, and we meet up later in the film and try to solve what we think is a murder. It's a murder mystery in the sense of we know murders have happened. We don't know who, but we think we do, and we're trying to follow them and track him down and nab him.
What about the future of Jamie Lee Curtis? What are the goals? What are the things you want to do?
I would like to keep working, of course, in other types of films. I'd like to laugh a little. Wouldn't it be fun to just laugh out loud on film? I'm looking right now. I'd love to do a love story. The one thing I'd like to do is be more subtle now. Bring it all back down. With horror films, it's much grandiose. It's like you have to be very broad and big, whereas everything else can be very quiet and looking and things like that, which is lovely. I'd love to do it.
Great. Yeah. Okay, we've been talking with Jamie Lee Curtis, and thank you for being with us, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mick Garris, and I'd like to welcome you once again to the Z Channel's showcase for Flights of Fantasy, the Fantasy Film Festival. Now say that 5 times fast. Tonight's film is an interesting film by an interesting filmmaker. It's Blue Sunshine, and we have the director of the film with us, Jeff Lieberman. Jeff, thanks for joining us here on the Fantasy Film Festival. The first question is the obvious one. Why horror films? You've made 2 films to date. They've both been horror films.
Well, I like comedy, and I equate horror and comedy. They're almost the same thing to me. I think that the qualities that you need to set up a funny gag, visual gag, and a scary visual gag, they're not the same. They're not the same content, but it's the same ingredients of setup, pacing, timing, weight, and punchline.
So you're after primarily a visceral response.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, the most effective stuff, if you examine it and you say, it's very close to being funny. I think they're all funny.
Right.
And especially, the things that, you'll see a couple of clips. I think it's hysterical.
Now, your first film was Squirm, which is about an attack of killer earthworms, basically, right? Or sandworms.
Yeah, more or less.
How did that come about?
Okay, this true story. When I was a kid, we had a pool in the backyard. I live in New York, and it was the kind of pool that you take apart in the winter,
Mm-hmm.
So it had a big muddy flat with a light over it that we use in the summertime. There was a rainstorm, and it was really muddy this particular time. My brother wanted to go fishing. He took a train transformer, and he hooked it up, and he put the two poles in the mud, and the worms came out.
Whoa.
And it works, because the electricity, and the water conducts the electricity, and it drove all the worms out. Now, that doesn't mean that, earthworms can't hurt you, but there's also a kind of worm called the Glycera worm, which is a saltwater worm that has these pinchers that they're common in Maine and Northeast. So I put those two ideas together and came up with Squirm.
And so the basis of Squirm is there's a rainstorm, power lines fall into the ground and bring...
Yeah, there's one cable that's on a down power line sending thousands of volts of electricity into the ground.
Activating the killer worms.
Yeah, but they won't come out during the day because the sun, worms are repelled by the light. So at nighttime they're going to come out.
Okay, you did a test film, didn't you?
Yeah.
To see if worms could be frightening.
Yeah, I didn't think that worms are necessarily scary myself, and I had a hunch that I could make them scary, but I had to convince myself before committing that amount of time and energy. So I took an 8mm camera, and I got a bunch of these sandworms, and I took my daughter, had a doll that I covered with worms, and I set it up in my apartment, and I shot these worms. So I took the film to the drugstore to have it developed, 8mm. And we wait a week, and we get the film back, and we sit down and watch it, and it's some kid's birthday party. And so somewhere out there in the suburbs, somebody got that test film of Squirm, and they probably sat down, the whole family, waiting.
Celebrating the birthday party once again, and they get the earthworms over the doll. Why do you think nature and animal horror is so popular, from the birds through Jaws and all the variations on the theme?
Well, I think that it's the reality of it. It's things that, in the 50s when they made these giant ants and giant this, and in your experience, you don't see giant anything, But I think that everybody else, including myself, ripped off Hitchcock birds. Once you did the birds, it's the concept of taking a common thing and looking at it in a different way. Once you get that idea, which was his notion, I guess, everybody else is just cashing in on the idea.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really bring anything fresh to that particular...
Well, that's an interesting point you make. Now, why do you think the audience keeps accepting that?
Well, I think they have phobias. People are afraid of things like snakes, worms, things that crawl. I'm not, so I don't understand it. But,
I am.
But I'm afraid of blondes, So I guess that, certain people, movies probably freak out all the people afraid of spiders, and then people that are not afraid of spiders will say, gee, I don't see what's so scary about that.
Let's talk a little bit, before we see the clip from Squirm, let's talk a little about the effects work. Rick Baker did the makeup effects, right?
Right. Yeah, we had a problem that what could worms do to you? I mean, if you think about it.
They can't lift a dagger.
And yeah, right. And so I figured that these worms are so charged up that what they do is when they bite, they actually burrow into you, at high speed, and you can't stop them. And in order to create a convincing effect, I have this thing about special effects makeup that if you can't watch it, if you have to cut around it and cut to people's reactions only, don't show the money. What I call the money, the joke, is the thing.
Right.
The old Japanese movies, everything but the money would be shown. They'd show reaction shots until you get nauseous. But the thing itself was missing because they didn't have the money to do it, the dollars to do the money shot.
Right.
And I insisted that I see these worms actually burrow, and Rick Baker said, it's impossible. And I said, do it. And he did it. And I think it's pretty effective.
Let's set up the clip we're going to see. We're going to see two short scenes from the film Squirm, Jeff's first film. Do you want to set that up at all?
Well, it's basically, there's this character, Roger, whose father owns a worm farm. He's the I guess, the antagonist in the story. But one interesting thing is that I put a backstory in there that I got from what my brother did with the train transformer. He's terrified of worms because his father once hooked up to get his worm farm running successfully. Did this with, experimenting with ways to get him out of the ground, and he did this with the train transformer, and he lost his thumb.
Ooh.
Roger did. So ever since then, he's been terrified of worms.
Okay, well, let's take a look at a couple short clips from Squirm by Jeff Lieberman.
I'm ready. I'm ready to tell Dad I don't want to take over no worm farm. You know, I got a surprise for you.
Really? What is it?
Here, I told you it's the surprise.
Well, what is it?
Roger! In there. He come down here and bust his way in. Well, if he come near you again, I'm gonna bust his liver loose if he tries to touch you.
No! No!
Okay, that's Squirm. That's very interesting, Jeff. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
How did you get into filmmaking?
I was in painting and drawing at the School of Visual Arts, and I started getting into writing, really. Not intentionally being a filmmaker, but for animation, for my drawing, and really got in. I think that the best way, if anybody wants to direct, it's funny, that writing is really the only, writing or a lot of rich uncles, one or the other.
Okay, we're going to see Blue Sunshine. Tell us a little bit about the background of that film.
I am 32, which means that in the 60s, what they call the late 60s, I was in the drug thing. And I thought that somebody should do a horror movie based on, that everybody would talk about the horrors of drugs,
Right.
horror, not from the establishment point of view, but the people that were taking the drugs. So at first I was thinking, well, what about all these people that are taking LSD? What's going to happen to their offspring? And then I took it one step further and said, well, what's going to happen to them 10 years from now? And I came up with this idea of a delayed reaction on the, chromosome damage. And I did a lot of research on it, and basically, this could happen tomorrow. Not, a variation of it could happen.
What is Blue Sunshine of the title?
Blue Sunshine is a strain of LSD that went around Stanford in 67.
Mm-hmm. Aha. And at that point, the plot thickens. I'm interested in finding out your opinion on whether you feel you're being pigeonholed in the horror genre, or if you're comfortable with that, or if you have aspirations other than horror films.
Well, I think that it's not a question of aspirations. I don't think that horror is just one side of, I think, anybody's personality. And I say that I look at them as comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I don't think if I did a comedy film tomorrow, I would approach it the same way. Maybe that's why I'll never get a comedy film. And I think that if you do it well and it's effective and you achieve the goals, that you get a charge. When that scene that you just saw, I sat in a theater with 800 people, and it worked. It worked to the point that I wanted it to work, and I got a thrill about it. So I don't put down horror movies. I just You know, I would like to do other things, and horror movies also.
Right. Your next film is a horror movie as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but it's more in the line of Deliverance. Would you call that a horror movie or adventure horror? Yeah, it's more a people horror, you know, and character breakdown. It's a cross between, I guess, Deliverance and Lord of the Flies, and the primitive thing inside of all of us. It's called Just Before Dawn.
You're here casting that right now.
Yeah, and we're going to shoot in Oregon. So if I don't get blown up by the volcano.
Right. How close to the volcano?
We're about 150 miles away from the volcano.
What led to the selection of that location?
Just the general look of the place. I mean, it's just fantastic. There's 100-foot waterfalls coming out of every mountaintop, and it's got to be a very remote, secluded area. And I could have shot it anywhere in the country, but that's just the best place. I didn't ask for the volcano,
right?
But I'm going to live with it.
It's all covered with ash right now, I assume, your location.
The actual forest that we're going to shoot in is not covered with ash, but the town we're going to stay in is. As a matter of fact, I saw Victor Mature walking down the street.
Is that right?
He used to be in all those volcano movies.
Did you cast
a little joke there? No.
Okay, well, we've been talking to Jeff Lieberman about Blue Sunshine, and we'd like you to stay tuned and see for yourself. Blue Sunshine, the killer acid of the 60s, rearing its head again. Jeff Lieberman, thanks for joining us. And thanks. Today we're showing Stanley Kubrick's groundbreaking science fiction epic 2001: A Space Odyssey. One of the reasons it is so groundbreaking is the exceptional special effects work created primarily by Douglas Trumbull. Doug is our guest today. Doug, thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
The interesting thing about the film, it's hard to remember 1968 how primitive special effects, especially in science fiction films, were. What were some of the new techniques developed for 2001?
Well, 2001 for me, and I think for everybody on the crew, was a totally new experiment in movies. First of all, I don't want to take credit for being the guy who did all the special effects in 2001. Right. It was really quite a large crew of people, and there were 3 other major effects coordinators on the film, supervisors. I came on the film at the age of 23 with some background in animation and cartoons, but at least it was animation that was very technical, and it was space animation, working for a company in LA here called Graphic Films, and we were doing films for NASA and the Air Force about space. And one of the jobs we had in working with Con Pedersen at Graphic Films was to try to simulate the whole Apollo program before it actually happened. And I was at my little airbrush and painting little spaceships and spattering stars like you have on the background here, you know, with an airbrush on a piece of glossy black paper, and it was really the training that got me started in understanding something about special effects, but it was really just animation techniques, and I was functioning as an illustrator and an artist. So I was lucky enough to be spattering stars on black paper at the right time, so I got a job after that working for Kubrick, and he asked me and Con Pedersen and a couple of other people later on to come and work with him in London, because he was looking for anybody who had any backing in it.
Now, in the 50s and 60s, primarily what we would see in a science fiction or space epic would be ships moving on one plane. There was no movement in direction, changing direction specifically, but 2001 changed all of that. There was quite a maturity to the effects.
Well, I think Kubrick's prime intent in 2001 was to make, it was the reason he decided to make the film in 65mm Super Panavision, which was called Cinerama at the time. He wanted to make a visual epic that was nonverbal. If I hate to paraphrase Stanley Kubrick's objects,
Right.
but it was intended originally to be a work of art, to be highly visual. It was highly experimental, and we had to start from square one on how to develop techniques and machinery and equipment, optical printers and ways of shooting spacecraft and stars, and it was really starting from scratch in every part of it, for us and for Stanley. So we tried drilling holes in metal and lighting it from behind for stars. We tried spattering stars with black paper. We tried hanging little ball bearings in front of, black velvet. We tried everything you could think of. So it was experimental. Every aspect of the film you can think of was an experiment, one way or the other.
Well, it seems like a big corporation, a research and development department of a corporation. How much time went into the research before you...
Well, 99% of the time you spend on any movie, I think, is research. Ultimately, you come down to the take you accept, and every take before that is research. In 2001, I think that the shooting ratio of how many feet of film got into the film as opposed to how many feet of film hit the cutting room floor is about 200 to 1. So there were a lot of experiments, and for every shot you see in the movie that you like, there's 199 more that didn't look quite so good.
Did any of those shots that ended up on the cutting room floor maybe bring a tear to your eye?
Yeah, there were a few that I had worked on, other people had worked on, that Stanley couldn't fit into the movie.
Right. Well, we'll be seeing the film in just a few minutes, and are there some things, particular shots that you're in love with that you might like us to be aware of before we look at the film?
Well, I think the part of the film that I was principally responsible for, at least that I'm most proud of, is the Stargate sequence at the end of the film. And I wasn't even responsible for all of that. But Stanley wanted this whole idea of this movement and penetration really into another dimension. It started out as a very literal idea that they arrived at Jupiter, which was Saturn for a while, and then changed back to Jupiter. And one of the moons had a hole in it, a rectangular slot in the moon. And if you got over the moon and looked down through the slot, you would see another star system, another time zone, another something on the other side. And we actually did drawings of moons with little slots in them and tried to visualize that. And it all seemed to be terribly literal. And it just didn't ring true, and it didn't have any level of excitement to it. And the script called for them dropping little probes down through the slot to see what was on the other side, and they would accelerate away and disappear.
So the intent was something more impressionistic than that.
Yeah. And I got to messing around with this technique that's now called slit scan, or streak photography, which was an outgrowth of some ideas that I had gotten from John Whitney, who was known by many filmmakers as a very avant-garde cinema technician, among other things, and computer electronics photographer. So I experimented with this technique, just using a little Polaroid camera on the animation stand, and worked out this way of creating these corridors of light out of flat artwork. It's a very complicated technique that would take more than this show to explain.
Right.
But I did that, and Stanley liked that very much, and then we built a huge piece of machinery, which was the most elaborate technical device on the film, and started cranking out that sequence. And that sequence alone, I think from the time we started shooting till the final take on that sequence, was 9 months of almost continuous photography. At some times when the camera was running, it would be maybe 3 minutes for one frame of film. This thing would run sometimes 36 or 48 hours continuously just to make one 20-second cut.
Had you any idea at that time that that would become the basis for all of ABC's promotional
No, but as a matter of fact, when I came back from 2001, I set up a small company in L.A. doing television commercials.
Is that
and
right?
I cranked out the first slit scan ABC logos.
Now, you have obviously worked extensively in special effects. In addition to 2001, you did the effects on Close Encounters, but you also directed Silent Running. Now, let's talk a little bit about the difference in being a director of a film and director of special effects.
Well, it's been very difficult for me to continue to function over the last 10 years as a special effects contractor, supervisor on other people's films. I mean, I have a feeling about the whole of a film, and I look upon film as a very technical art form that requires an understanding of cameras and lighting and photography. And if you really go back through the history of film, you'll find that the first filmmakers really understood it better then than most filmmakers understand it now. And I'm not trying to do stage plays, I'm not trying to do television shows. I think film is a very specific thing that requires an understanding of these technical things like special effects. And if you go back into the very earliest films, they're filled with special effects. Everybody was having fun with burn-ins and dissolves and mats and optical effects and hanging miniatures and paintings and all kinds of things. And I really have a lot of fun with that. I used to be an illustrator, and the whole idea that you could paint a painting and it would just sort of sit there and not move around got frustrating for me, so I got into making movies. But I like directing. I like controlling the whole thing more. I think that it's possible. I think George Lucas is very good at this. And Steven Spielberg is too. Two, I think, young filmmakers who really understand best the technologies at work and how to integrate them into a story and make the structure work as a whole.
There are those who would say, because you are primarily a film technician, that maybe there would be a lack in your ability to work with actors. How do you feel about that and the characterization?
I think the town tends to try to stereotype people that way. I think they don't see it as a normal chain of events for someone who does a technical role like that to move up into an aesthetic and creative dramatic role. So it's a very hard thing for me to bridge, but I think I've done that. I'm finally directing another film called Brainstorm for MGM this year, and then another film after that called Millennium.
Let's talk a little about Brainstorm. What is the basis of the film?
Well, it's a film about the mind. It's about the human mind. It's about imagination. It's about hallucinations. It's about visions beyond reality. I wouldn't say it's like Altered States. I'm delighted that Altered States just opened in town this week and is doing very good business. It's not like Altered States at all. But for me, it's an opportunity to do some very unusual and bizarre special effects, which I enjoy doing, which is really things I have in my mind that I want to put on film in the structure of a dramatic film about someone having these kinds of hallucinations and imagination.
And they're not space effects.
And they're not space effects. I'm very tired of making space movies.
I think a lot of people are tired of seeing space movies right now. But let's talk a little bit more about 2001 briefly. The film was very different from, say, Star Wars or The Empire Strikes Back or even Star Trek because they went after authenticity and reality. There is no sound in space. There's slow movement. What's the difference? What's the challenge between that and, say, a space fantasy like Star Wars?
Well, see, I think a space fantasy like Star Wars has much stronger broad entertainment appeal than 2001. 2001 is like a very fine impressionist painting or something as opposed to a comic book. I mean, maybe that's a gross difference to characterize it, but 2001 is very slow, it's very meticulous. Not to say that there were many times in the making of 2001 we didn't totally reject what the technical advisors told us something had to do, but 2001 went together in a certain way, just having to do with not just the special effects, I mean, even the sets, the props, the way scenes are acted, the way that film is dramatically structured, the way music plays against sequences. Just to see a guy running around in a centrifuge like a squirrel in a cage playing, you know, a piece of music is not a special effect, really. I mean, there was a big rotating set. But it was a whole. It was a very particular kind of Stanley Kubrickian look at what he thought life might be like in the future.
Well, it was quite a surprising gamble on the part of MGM to invest $10.5 million in 1968 in what basically is a surreal intellectual film.
Well, for starters, they didn't know they were going to invest $10 million in a special effects extravaganza. I think they thought it was going to be more like 3.5. I know that one of the things I heard at the beginning of the film with the special effects budget was going to be $300,000 or something. The film took the rap for spending all of its money on special effects, which isn't strictly true. I mean, everything on the film cost a lot because everything was experimental. I don't think they knew what they were getting, but I don't think most studio executives ever know quite what they're getting. It's always a surprise.
Right.
You know, it's what's fun about the movie business. It's gambling and it's horse racing, but it's fun, and whether you're going to hit or lose is part of the fun, I think.
Well, 2001, now we're showing it here on television. How do you feel about that? A 70-millimeter roadshow film, 6-track stereo sound, and here it is on the small screen. What do you feel about that?
Well, that question really brings a lot of ideas to my mind about television and widescreen movies and what's really happening with the cable revolution and the disc revolution and cassettes at home and videotape recorders, which is all going to just get broader and wider and more of it. And it's always disappointing to me to see something that was shot in 70 millimeter with incredible resolution and attention to detail that's roughly twice as wide as it is high in proportion, reduced down to something that's not quite, it can't really see over here and can't really see over here, but might have to move back and forth or really has to leave things out, and that suffers from relatively low resolution compared to feature films, which is television. I find it disappointing, and it's made me think a lot about what the different media are, how they work best. For instance, I think Close Encounters, and particularly Star Wars, will play much better on television than 2001.
Interesting.
Because 2001 really has more to do with aesthetics than with drama. Drama, I think, plays very well on television. Fine aesthetics and impressionist paintings. Who wants to watch them on TV? So.
Now, you're involved in the development of some new formats for film and I guess even television. Do you want to talk a little about how some of these are different from existing systems?
Well, as part of what I was saying, I'm really interested in media and how television works and how films work and why you would go to a theater or stay home and watch television. What's the decision-making process? And I felt for one side of what I'm doing is that I like going to a theater, and when I go to a theater, I want it to be big and exciting. Right. And I grew up, right in the middle of Cinerama and Todd A.O. and VistaVision and CinemaScope and widescreen and stereo sound. I just really got excited by that. I think that's what generated my enthusiasm for making movies. And that's really what I expect when I go to a theater. I want that kind of intense showmanship. When I look at television, I feel like I want information, story, a different kind of drama, a faster pace, and a different kind of content. I think the kind of content that works in both media is really quite different. I've been working on a film process that will work for large screen theaters, giant screen, 70mm film, multiple soundtracks, extremely bright images, very realistic and three-dimensional, using high-speed photography. And we settled on a frame rate that's identical to the frame rate of television. Television runs at 60 fields a second. And television has a unique immediacy to the image that I think people are unable usually to describe. If you see a movie on television cut directly against a piece of live video, there's a difference. And you can't quite describe what it is. What is that difference? Why does the live video seem to me more live? And what it is the scanning rate of television, the 60 fields a second, that there's new motion information every 60th of a second. In a movie, there's only new motion information every 24th of a second. So when you're seeing
So you've matched the two formats.
Yeah, so if you take a normal film shot at 24 frames and put it on television, you're seeing each frame of film 3 times, and then 2 times, and then 3 times to try to stagger it out to turn 24 into 60.
Right. And so now we're
not
matching,
a very even number.
And a film would work, provide more clarity on television?
Yeah, we took this film process I'm working with, which is designed for extremely widescreen motion pictures in theaters, but at 60 frames a second. If you take each of those frames and transfer it to a field of video, you get television that looks better than television.
Well, that's a really interesting process, and I hope to see more of it, and we're looking forward to Brainstorm and Millennium. And right now, 2001. Doug Trumbull, thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you. I hope it looks great.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Most frightening and yet romantic characters of all time tonight in John Badham's Dracula. All month we've been watching the Dracula films, and this is the most recent and I think one of the best made of all of them. With us tonight is John Badham, the director of the film. He worked his way up from the Universal mailroom and tour guide jobs through being one of their top television directors, and now has directed such features as Saturday Night Fever and Dracula. John, thanks for joining us here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Did you do a lot of research on the Dracula character, or were you well-versed in vampires and all beforehand?
I think I wound up reading so many books, stacks of books, and they all contradict each other. All Dracula vampire legends give you different scoops on how to get rid of vampires, the way vampires act, and apparently they've been around since really prehistoric times. There are legends coming from the very beginning of history, and in Greece and China and India, and everybody has their own vampire stories.
Well, in going into doing the film Dracula, what route did you choose?
Well, we decided to stick with the Bram Stoker novel, and that we'd try to do a faithful adaptation of that novel, as we thought it had never been done. And as Rick Richter and I worked on the script, we began having better ideas, and little changes started developing, so our faithful adaptation became a whole other sort of approach, but springing from that Stoker novel.
Now, I assume, because Frank Langella is the star, that the project came out of the Broadway play in which Langella also played Dracula. Is that the case?
Yes. And what Rick and I saw in the Broadway play was a highly romantic character, and a man who had a tremendous presence on stage, and we thought we could get on screen, and we could make a very romantic movie. And this whole picture is really based on an idea that looks at the beginning of Dracula. Where did Dracula come from? What's the reason for Dracula?
Right.
Now, the reason for Dracula, I think, is it goes back to the devil. And all of these things deal with fights between God and the devil, and who's going to get the most souls in heaven or in hell. And so the devil decides that he wants somebody on earth that's helping, he's a recruiting agent.
Right.
Sending people down there. Now, the devil's a very clever fellow. He's very smart, and he's not going to send some weird guy up there with pointed ears and fangs and a raincoat. How many people are you going to get that way? Much better you send Robert Redford out, or Frank Langella. And so you have somebody who's very romantic, very tall, very good-looking, very erotic, somebody who can get girls, and or men, or whatever the case is, and that's really the approach that we took in designing this particular script.
Now, your involvement in the film, I guess, would date back. You did several of the Night Gallery shows,
yes.
Rod Serling's Night Gallery. But your biggest success was in Saturday Night Fever, disco, rock and roll, John Travolta youth movie. And the change between those two films, to go from Saturday Night Fever to Dracula, is an odd one. How did that come about?
It's a very exciting kind of change to do. The picture I did before was called The Bingo Long Traveling All-Stars and Motor Kings, which was the story of black people playing baseball in the 1930s in the Midwest, and that change to Saturday Night Fever was also a big change.
Right.
It's very challenging for a director to shift gears so radically, and I learned when I was doing television, as I got trapped into doing, say, several episodes of The Bold One or something like that I was doing the same medical show week after week, and you were using your same tricks. You weren't thinking hard. You weren't being challenged. Whereas if you suddenly had to shift gears and go over and do Night Gallery or Kung Fu or whatever I was doing at the time, that it was much more exciting and much more fun. So something like this, to go from Saturday Night Fever to Dracula, is a complete change in style, and one is a street romantic story, and this is a much more traditional, old-fashioned romance.
That's one of the different aspects of this Dracula film, is the romantic aspect. Was that something that was a carryover from the Broadway play?
Only hinted at in the Broadway play, I think, and because Langella has that kind of a demeanor to him. The Broadway play took a much lighter approach and was much more campy, and the Edward Gorey sets, which are wonderful, really don't translate to film at all. Edward Gorey is an artist who does black and white pen and ink drawings, and all the sets were these wonderful black and white pen and ink drawings. The bookshelves, for example, were just painted books on obviously painted, just black and white. Now, you can't do that in film. That kind of style is not going to work if you have to cut outside to a real English countryside and cut back inside to painted doorways, painted books, and things like that. You've got a real stylistic problem. So we went with a much more realistic kind of thing and much less campy in the way that the actors approached it.
The temptation to be campy was probably very great. Dracula has been around so long, everyone is so familiar with the character, it would have been easy to do what they did with King Kong in the remake of that film a few years ago. But you resisted it. There is humor in this film of Dracula, but it seems organic to the film. Do you want to talk about that temptation?
Well, the decision was made very quickly that if there was going to be any humor in the film, it was going to come out of the characters. If Dracula was funny, it was because he made a joke about himself, had a sense of humor about himself. If Dr. Seward, that Donald Pleasance plays, is funny, it's because the character is a buffoon and is a glutton, and a lot of humor is built into the character, and we're not ladling on jokes for joke's sake. When Dracula says, "No, thank you, doctor, I never drink wine," it is a kind of self-mocking joke that he is making, and he appreciates the joke, and no one else in the room does, and he's letting the audience in on this kind of a joke.
On a line that everyone is familiar with, one of the great lines of the genre.
Well, you would strangle me if I had not put that line in the movie. You'd say, "Why didn't you do that?"
Right.
Dummy, the best line in the movie.
Now, I'd like to talk a little about the special effects without giving too much away. There are some incredible special effects in the film. I know Al Whitlock did some matte paintings that were just beautiful. Roy Arbogast, his work.
Roy Arbogast we brought from here. He's worked on Jaws and Close Encounters, and is a wonderful young special effects man, and he supervised the English crew with so many ingenious devices that he came up with to do a lot of the effects of Dracula crawling down the wall head first, and
creepy, very creepy scene,
and leaping out the window and changing into a wolf right in front of your eyes. And a lot of very ingenious devices that no one had really tried. And he worked somewhat with Al Whitlock, who has about 10 matte paintings in here, some of which are so marvelous, and yet they go by so quickly.
Right.
Because the story is going very fast at that point, and you can't labor on it, and yet I would love to be able to run up to the screen in the movie theater and say, "Look at this terrific painting, isn't it great?"
Freeze it for a minute.
Freeze it. But Whitlock would take an English countryside that was now all changed in 1978, and put it back into 1913, the period of this picture, and he would continue the natural elements there and then paint in his own, and even start putting in little stone cottages and smoke coming out of the chimneys. He would
just beautiful.
Paint all this in, then he would have the clouds animated going over, and things are always happening in a Whitlock painting. It's not just a static painting, and so it's alive, and the work is wonderful to watch.
Well, now I know the film was made in England. Was that for budgetary reasons or for the locations?
It was made because of the locations, which you can't duplicate here. You can't get the English actors, and also there's a quality of set construction which the English know how to do. That is really not matched here, especially in this sort of period period thing.
You brought along an award that you received for Dracula. Can we get a good shot of this? I guess we have one here. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is the grand prize of the 9th International Festival in Paris for science fiction and fantasy films. And this is the only one of its kind. There's a sculptress in Paris that makes a different statue for them every year, casts one of the statues, and then breaks the mold.
It's beautiful.
And so this was very carefully carried over for us from Paris and given to Walter and Marvin Mirisch and myself to have, and we now have it in joint custody, shared custody.
Right.
It's the Kramer versus Kramer.
We just have a few moments left, and I'd like to talk about any future projects you have coming up, if you can.
Well, I'm very reluctant to talk about future projects. Just about the time you finish talking about them, you can turn on your television set, and there it will be. Someone will have ripped it off, and it makes you very cautious about the kind of projects that you're going to talk about. But I am involved in one particular film that I hope we're going to make in the summer of 1980, which is called Deal of the Century, which is a black comedy, very much like a Dr. Strangelove sort of comedy about a little guy who's got a warehouse out on Satakoy that he has used machine guns and used boots and cots and army things, and he sells them to Uganda and guerrilla groups in South America. And it's a very funny, wild kind of comedy about a little salesman who's in way over his head.
Right.
Deep over his head as he gets into selling fighter jets to the dictator of Nicaragua. And
it sounds great. Good luck with that project. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for joining us. And stay tuned now for Dracula with Laurence Olivier and Frank Langella. Now we... Hi, I'm Mick Garris. Welcome once again to the Fantasy Film Festival. We have a special request playhouse here. We're showing Alien. And don't pay attention to the Z Magazine guide that says that director Ridley Scott is with us, because he is not. We've had a scheduling problem. However, we do have the co-star of the film, Veronica Cartwright. Veronica, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
You've done, even at the age, what, you were 10 years old when you did The Birds, something like that?
No, I was 12 and I had my 13th birthday on the set. Hey, you know.
Okay. At 12 and 13, you did The Birds, which was a thriller. You did the 1976 version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 78 version, and then Alien.
Mm-hmm.
Are you particularly drawn to thrillers?
I like horror movies. So it just happens that those were good parts, and so that's why I was interested in doing them, you know.
They're probably your three best-known parts. Well, what's the attraction to you of the stories of terror and suspense?
What's my attraction to?
Yeah.
I like getting scared. I don't know. I love them. They're terrific films.
Just the energy behind it? Or
yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's a part in every one of us that likes to have, you know, feel sort of that adrenaline rush and have things jump out at you.
Do you go see them a lot?
Yeah, I do.
You just saw one recently you enjoyed with a hammer in the head and like that.
Oh, that was great. Honeymoon Killers. It was terrific. 1969. It was great. It was great.
Okay, as a child actress, well, on The Birds, let's start out talking a little bit about that. That was a thriller, but to a 12-year-old on the set, it was probably very dull to be there day after day. Is that true?
Well, actually, it was a very long shoot. I think it was like 5 months shooting. But there were a lot of kids involved with the thing because the whole thing was, with around, a lot of things were school children and things like that. And the teacher, of course, gets pecked to death by the birds. And so, there were a lot of kids around that we got to play with. The birds, it was fascinating in a sense because so many of the birds weren't real. You had a lot of trained birds which were taught to do certain things, and then there were a lot of like stencils in the background and stuff like that. We had to run on treadmills and have these birds come down at us, and that was great. It was like, bowl over the kids. You run on this and one kid would go, everybody else would go too. It got weird when we did the scene inside the house where all the little finches come down, because we actually had 15,000 birds in that one, and we were in a plastic cage with an oxygen tank, and they just shot them down from shelves inside the chimney, and that was freaky. But I don't know, the whole thing was fascinating to me. I didn't find myself getting bored.
What do you think of the problems of a child actor, especially one who continues the career throughout adulthood?
I think it's really hard for people to make the transition. I think there's very few people that have actually been able to do it, because people either think of you as being younger, like you were in the films that you've done, and it's hard for them to accept that you now are grown up. They don't know quite where to place you. And they have weird images. You were younger, so they think of you always as being younger. You can be 22 years old, and they'll assume you go on an interview and they say, "Oh, I thought you were 16." And it's very weird. It's hard to make that transition.
Was your youth as an actress a stressful time for you because of that with your peers?
Well, see, I was real lucky when I was a kid. I worked constantly. From the age of about 11 on, I just was one thing after another, and there were always different parts. Sometimes if I had a kid, I don't know that I would put my child in it because of you miss out on things. But at the same time, that was my life. It was exciting. That's why I want to do it now. So those things I just loved it.
What was the slowest point? Now, Jackie Cooper was on when we had Superman, and he talked about the slowest point in an actor's career who goes from childhood to adulthood as a performer is when they start to hit puberty. The voice starts to change, they get a little awkward. What time for you was the most difficult?
Well, see, I always looked really young for my age, so I was able to carry that through. Because I ended up being on Daniel Boone's series, and I did that for 2 years. And everybody said, well, just wait until you're 18, the work will really go then, because you see, you have to have the school teacher and everything on the set, it cuts down on your hours. I'll tell you, the minute I hit 18, I couldn't get any work. It was ridiculous, because I looked too young. I didn't look 18, and also, I have never fit into a category. I didn't have long blonde hair and look like the girl next door. I've always sort of been able to play character parts, so it was really hard for me. Then I got married, and I sort of stepped back for a little bit and started again. But there'd be like periods of time, which were 3 and 4 years, which is a long time, and you start to get... But it's what I wanted to do, so I stuck with it.
Well, what time did things... You've been working a lot lately. What do you think was really the impetus for the current state of activity?
Well, I went to an acting class for 3 years. Let's see, I was about 24. No, 22, I guess. And I did that for about 3 years. And I wasn't getting any work. I worked as a waitress, and I got some money together. And I decided to go over to England to see if I could get any work there, because I'm a British citizen. So I moved over there for a year, and I got inserts while I was over there. And so that sort of was a boost. And I came back, and as a result of that, I ended up going south. And that helped me get Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and it just sort of kept going from there. And I don't know, I think if you have to take sometimes things into your own hands. And it was a case of you can learn so much, but unless you practice it, you're not going to be any good at it. And so I just felt I had to make that effort to go out and practice that.
What are the things you've enjoyed most as a performer, the roles you've enjoyed most?
Oh, I loved inserts. Sorry, guys, you haven't seen it yet on the channel. Right. That was just, it was wonderful. She was a porno queen junkie. It was wonderful. It was so much fun.
Did you do a lot of research? Never mind.
No.
All right. Now, Your sister Angela is also an actress. She was a regular on Make Room for Daddy and Lost in Space.
We're sci-fi sisters.
That's right, the SF sisters. Did you find yourself competing against one another?
No, because she was tied up on the series for 7 years with Make Room for Daddy. Then she went into Lost in Space, and it was another 3 years. I don't know. We never really did. There was never jealousy or never really a competing thing because we were both always up for different sets of things. I don't know. I'm 4 years older than she is.
Let's talk a little bit about Aliens, since that's why we're here. When you first saw the script, what was your initial reaction to it?
I wasn't crazy about it.
No.
I think you have to be real careful with science fiction things because so many times they can just be really awful. I didn't have to read for it. I went in and met them. I went in and saw them again when I was over in England, which I happened to be over there for a holiday. I talked to Ridley Scott, and he was really fascinating. I mean, his whole ideas of how he wanted to do things and how he saw it in the monster and the relationship to the people and things like that. He got you very excited about it. And then I heard that Yaphet Kotto and Tom Skerritt were going to be in it, and I decided, wow, this is something I'm missing here. So I went back and reread it, and I decided to do it.
From the script to what we actually see in the finished film, what sort of changes? I know, having read the script before the film, that there were certain changes in there. What are the differences between what you envisioned and what ended up?
Well, visually, I think because Ridley had such a defined idea, I think it came off. I mean, technically, I think the movie is really brilliant. I personally didn't find it to be that scary. I mean, there are moments in it which were the quick jumps, but I like psychological scare movies myself. Some, things that make you think a bit, or could it be there? I think they could have intensified that a little bit.
People have called this Alfred Hitchcock in space. What do you think of that?
See, Alfred Hitchcock's more psychological. I wouldn't say Alfred Hitchcock in space.
All right.
Myself.
There were some sort of compromises made. I know the initial unfreezing of the astronauts was going to be shot nude.
Well, we sat around and discussed it and opted for doing it nude because basically it was like babies. They were coming out of the shell. They'd been in there for months. I mean, our heartbeats were lowered, and then all of a sudden it's like giving birth, and this thing blossoms. So we all opted to do it nude. We couldn't get that passed, so they decided, well, we'd all wear shorts. I mean, the two girls wear shorts. So we did that. Then we get down on the set, and they decided to stick Scotch tape around us. If you look real closely, you can see this. Because you lost 6 countries if you showed your nipples. And in a sense, it's a shame, because the whole premise of the thing, and the thing I think that worked really well, was the asexual aspect of the thing. The fact that there sort of wasn't a real femininity, or everybody was just, the same. Nobody was after everybody's, body and all that stuff. Which
people as opposed to...
Yeah, there were truckers in space. I mean, it was a dirty spaceship, and we were truckers, and we'd been out there for 4 years, supposedly, we'd been out there. Well, if you're out there that time, that whole thing is past by that point. That point, you just have to get along.
Either that or relationships have developed.
So we didn't think of it as being a sexual thing at all. But I guess,
In an earlier version of the script, I know there was a romantic scene.
Yeah, there was a scene between Ripley and Dallas. And they just cut it. They never shot it. They decided to cut it because they didn't feel it meshed with what the thing was,
Probably the most famous scene in the film is referred to as the chestburster scene. I don't want to ruin anything.
You said you weren't going to mention this.
I didn't say I wasn't going to mention it. I said I'm not going to talk about what is
cute.
shown.
I thought he was adorable.
Little monster. Anyway, it's a very intense scene in the film that I'm sure everyone has at least heard about, and most of you have seen. Was it shot as a surprise to everyone on the set?
Well, of course, reading the script, the thing is supposed to happen. At one point, we had seen sort of a mock-up of the little baby because we were shooting scenes that happened after that. So we sort of had an idea what it looked like, but you know, they said, oh, wait until you see the real one. What happened was John Hurt went down and he was, you know, all fixed up at the chest and
Fixed
everything
up
like
that
that.
we won't talk too much about.
We sat in our dressing rooms for like 4 or 5 hours wondering what, they wouldn't let us on the set. We get down to the set. You walk on and there's this most, horrible smell. They had buckets of offal in formaldehyde, and it was a very close set, because it was that whole room thing there was actually what it was, and you were shooting inside of that. The cameras all had plastic over them, and everybody was wearing raincoats. So we all got a little suspicious that something was going to happen. Well, of course, the whole chest was full of offal, and I was told that, he shot with 3 cameras, and the cameras were placed around the room so that they could get the initial reaction when the thing burst out and it happened. I was told I would get shot with blood just so we didn't get... I had no idea the jet was directly at my face. I got it, I got it square in the face. I flew off the back of the couch. Oh, it was unbelievable. The couch was jammed up against like a wall. I got stuck behind the couch. But those reactions were the initial, and nobody quite knew what was going to happen. It was really amazing.
Well, your resulting reaction, which is used in the film, is pretty convincing.
Well, you sort of, it was great. It was a very, very good idea, I think, to sort of, you built up anticipation. You weren't quite sure what was going to happen. You were told maybe you knew where to go and stand, but that initial movement was great.
This film, as much integrity as it has, and the look and the class involved, when you come down to it, it is still a monster movie. How did people combat that during the making of this film? Psychologically amongst themselves, not going around, we're making a monster movie.
Well, whenever you're doing anything, it has to be real. You can't fake it. You believe that there's a monster. It's the only way you can play it. It's the only way it's ever going to work. If you start mocking it, then it's not, it's not fun anymore.
Well, you will believe there's a monster when you see Alien coming up right now after this interview. Thanks for being with us, and Veronica, thank you for being here. It was delightful.
Lovely. Hi.
It was a jumper, all right.
Now, it was a very demanding role for you. Would you say it was your most demanding film?
I think it was my most dramatic, one of the most dramatic films that I've ever been in, really. Because, usually when they see Scatman, they think happiness and all this jive, but this was a very, all drama, you know what I mean?
Quite a look of fear expressed through Jack Halloran.
Yeah.
But it was also demanding not only in the role you played, but in the way the film was made. It took a long time to make the film.
Yes, I was over 8 months.
And take after take. Oh, I've heard rumors that Kubrick would do 50 takes was not unusual.
Well, certainly not, because one day with the entire cast, we did 87 takes on about a 2-minute scene. 87 takes.
Straight through.
Yep.
Wow.
In one scene where I was getting out of the snowcat, walking in the snow to the hotel, back door of the hotel, 40 takes. No dialogue. So I says to Stanley, after working with him for about 8 months, pretty much, I says, what was wrong that time, Stanley? Was I walking in rhythm or was I walking out of rhythm? He says, no, Scat, says, you walked just a little bit too far left. I said, okay.
So when you're making a film, do you immerse yourself in that character? Or do you just feel it as Scatman would feel it?
Well, I want to be me and the character that I'm portraying, see. Yeah, sure.
It's the beauty of your performance is the naturalness of it. We don't feel like we're watching an actor.
No, well, I just be yourself, you know.
Well, you wrote a little bit of a song about Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, yes. One day I walked on the set, and I says to Stanley, Stanley says, would you mind if I wrote a tune about you? And he is somewhat a little shy. He says, no, Scott, I'd be delighted. I says, thank you, because I've already written it. And he got to laugh. He says, yeah, now to show you how concerned he is, he says, what's the title of the tune that you written for me? I said, well, the title of the tune is Stanley, and in parentheses, does it all. He says, could I hear a few bars of it? I said, sure. So I took him over to this table where Jack was doing all this typing. So I said, now here's where it goes. I said, I'll sing you a few bars of it. Doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-ding-doom, shoo-ding-da-doom. There's a man, doom-bing-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing, living in London town, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-ding-da-doom, makes movies, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom. He's world-renowned, shoo-bing-da-boom, shoo-bing-da-boom, shoo-bing-da-boom. Yes, he's really got the fame. Stanley Kubrick is his name. He does it all. Shoo-ding-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom. He does it all. Shoo-ding-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom. I'm telling y'all, shoo-ding-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing. Stanley does it all. Shoo-ding-doom, shoo-ding-da-doom. He's a writer, he directs, he produces his projects. He's the man behind the lens. And Stanley always wins. He's a man who looks ahead, can make you think he raised the dead. Edison cuts all his flicks. He's a genius with his tricks. He does it all. Shoo-ding-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom, shoo-bing-da-doom. He does it all. Shoo-ding-doom. And he flipped.
No, I did too.
And his daughter Vivian, she was doing the documentary film.
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. So she said, now, Scatman, when you finish your movie, says, now, when I interview you, you will have to do the tune that you have written for my father. So the tune is in the documentary film. If she ever releases it, she's bad as her father. I don't know when she's going to release it.
Well, I'm hoping that there are some major record company people around here to make a great release.
Oh, yes. But I had a line where it says, it was not a silver lining. Wait until you see the shining, a revelation to behold that will chill the young and old. He does it all. Doom, doom, doom. Yeah.
It's a great song.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's just the man. It's him. It's him. Man.
Now, you made your living doing music for a long time.
Yeah.
Tell me a little about the Scatman Crothers combo.
Well, now, I organized my band, Mick, back in 1936. I had a 5-piece band, and the first name that I called it was Scatman and his Cats. Then later on, I just called it Scatman Group, combo. Yeah, I had the piano. I was playing drums, and I played the drums. I had a pianist, and I had an alto player, and a bass, and a trumpet. 5 of us. Yeah.
Now, where'd you form?
Pardon?
Where'd you form the band?
In Paris, Illinois, 20 miles from where I was born, Terre Haute, Indiana.
Is that where you met your wife?
No, I met my wife in Canton, Ohio in 1936 when I was working with my band at the Commodore Hotel. And she and her girlfriend was there at night, and I saw them dancing. They would walk up and ask for requests, and I would play them for them. Then I had to leave and go to Springfield, Illinois. And I said, boy, if I ever come back to Canton, I hope I run into her again. And as luck would have it, I ran into her again, man, at the same hotel, and that's when we got together. See, we've been together for 44 years.
That's congratulations on that.
Yeah, 44 years. Wouldn't trade her for the world.
Now, a few days from our taping date here, you got a birthday coming up.
Yes, I have a birthday, May 23rd. Be 7-1.
71.
7-1.
I can't believe it.
Yes,
I cannot
7-1.
believe it. Well,
yes.
Tell me a little bit about the changes from, you came to Hollywood in what,
1945. From Chicago.
Now, you're here in Hollywood working as much as ever, even more than ever, it seems to me.
Right.
Tell me the changes that have gone on. What strikes you most?
Well, there wasn't much violence in those days. Everybody was happy. You could walk the streets, leave your doors open at home, and everybody was happy, you know what I mean? Of course, they wasn't making a whole lot of money, but everybody was happy, and it was just a lot of love, like in those days, man. You know,
innocence, maybe?
Yes. But it's changed considerably now because these actors and actresses, they haven't really actually paid any dues.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And,
you paid a healthy amount of dues,
yes,
didn't you?
You got to pay. Yeah, I paid my dues, man. That's why I appreciate my success, because I paid my dues. You know.
Well, you don't talk about it much, but your success has led to you being able to help out a lot of causes.
Right.
We see you on telethons all the time, taking part in charity organizations. Something that you should get a pat on the back for every now and then.
Well, I enjoy doing things like that, you know.
What do you want to do most with your life?
What I want to do most with my life? Just be myself and treat people like I like to be treated, and that's it. You know what I mean?
Well, you're doing it.
Yes.
You get that back in spades, too, I bet.
Pardon?
You get that back in spades.
Oh, yes.
Now, let's talk a little about some of the favorite things that you've done. What have you enjoyed doing most? Has it been acting in films? Has it been playing music? Has it been your family?
Well, my family comes first. Then after my family, well, you know, music is really my thing, really. Music, I love music, man. But I love all aspects of the entertainment business, but music is my first love, really, I'll be honest with you. I enjoy making people happy by singing and doing a little comedy, you know.
Sure.
You know.
Now, what about your screen work, TV and film? You've done so much of it. Is there anything that stands out that you enjoyed doing most?
I just finished a little thing. You might have caught it the other night on NBC. I did a thing called The Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island. Now, I had a lot of fun working with those Globetrotters, because they are such a great bunch of fellows, man. And I had a lot of fun doing that movie, 2-hour movie.
Right. So the things that appeal to you most are the actual making of the film rather than the watching of it.
Right. Because I like Stan. I'm glad you mentioned that, because Stanley Kubrick in England, when we shot our first scene, he says to the entire cast, he says, "Okay, now let's go watch it on videotape." I said, "Stanley, is that compulsory?" He says, "No, Scat, why?" I said, "Because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it till the product is finished. I never like to see the rushes or watch it on videotape. When the product is finished, then I like to go see it."
Yeah. Do you go to your movies? Do you see your
I
movies?
go to the screenings, but I don't go to the theaters.
No? You don't go to movies much at all?
No, I don't go to movies.
It's doing them, not watching them that you like.
Doing them and not watching them is right. Yeah.
What do you got coming up?
Well, I don't. I got several
take
projects.
it easy for a while?
I have several projects in the making. I don't know which one that my agent Don Swartz is going to select. We have a lot of things going, but I don't know what he's going to.
Well, The Shining was a real change for you. It was a scary film.
Yes, it was.
How'd that
my
feel?
first horror movie with me.
Yeah. How did that feel?
Well, it was nice. It was a new experience for me. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed working with the little kid, beautiful little kid.
Yeah.
I enjoyed working.
It was a good part for you.
Yes, it was.
It was nice to change hats every now and then.
Yes.
But you're still the good guy. You're usually a good guy. It's a nice beam you've got coming out, right?
Yeah.
You like playing a villain now and then?
Well, let's see. I think, did you see King of Marvin Gardens?
I didn't see it.
Well,
I know your part.
I was a pretty bad dude in that movie.
You're a pimp, weren't you?
I was a gangster. Yeah. I had all these guys work. I had Bruce Dern, all those guys working for me, you know what I mean?
You like being a good guy or a bad guy?
Well, I prefer being a good guy.
Well,
really.
That's the way you are in life.
Yeah, really, I prefer being a good guy.
Let's see you as a good guy in The Shining right now. Stay tuned for Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, based on Stephen King's novel, with Scatman Crothers. Thanks a whole lot.
Thank you, Mick.
Pleasure.
Good.
Good evening and welcome to the debut of the Fantasy Film Festivals, an irregularly scheduled series of science fiction, fantasy, and horror films. I'm Mick Garris and I'll be leading you into some of Hollywood's weirder worlds. On each installment of the Fantasy Film Festival, we'll bring you some of the best genre films that we can dig up. Not only will we be showing those films as they were intended to be seen, uncut and uninterrupted, but we'll also be talking with the people who made them. Some of the world's most creative movie minds are to be found at work in the fantasy field. Popular directors like George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, John Landis, Francis Coppola all had their beginnings in low-budget science fiction and horror films. It's a field rich in imagination, and imagination is what the Fantasy Film Festival is all about. To start us off on the right foot, we selected Zardoz as our first feature. It's a prophetic look at life on Earth in the year 2293. To help us inaugurate the Fantasy Film Festival, we're pleased to welcome our special guest, the writer, the producer, and the director of Zardoz, all one man, John Borman. Good to have you here. To start off with, you've dealt with strong reality in Deliverance and Point Blank. Zardoz came after the success of Deliverance, where it seemed you could do whatever you wanted to do. And you created a fantasy. Which appeals to you more?
Well, I like the world of fantasy because realism, I think, is becoming boring. I think the real world is quite boring too, really. And so worlds of imagination are much more interesting to me. And Zardoz belongs to that category of films that you've been describing, and we don't really have quite a word for it in the French call it film fantastique, which doesn't mean the same thing as fantasy film. I think that I call them dream films. They're films that come out of the imagination. They're linked to the world of dreams, and some of them are nightmares, of course. And even my realistic films, like Deliverance and Point Blank, that you refer to, were films that touched on that world of dream, that I was using nightmare images to link in with an audience's fears, to plug into their unconscious. And I think that's what these pictures do. They do plug into the unconscious. And they're manifestations of that dark underworld.
Right. You enjoy manipulating people's fears, or?
Well, I think one of the nicest things you can do for people is to terrify them. And I'd like to do that whenever I can. Mm-hmm. Although Zardoz is not really frightening, it's much more. It frightens you only because it's another world. I think the world is very much like ours, but it's also different in ways that are very disturbing.
How so?
Well, it's the people, I think, are. I mean, it's not a science fiction world. It's not a world of technology. And I felt, I'm not really interested in science part of science fiction, because I think the future won't be scientific. It won't be about hardware. So in Zardoz, the technology has been totally inverted. It's so integrated with the human mind and the human brain and the human nervous system that you don't see things. There aren't machines and press buttons and things.
Right, no phasers or lasers.
That's right. But there are no quasars either. But just the communicator ring, the crystal ring, in which people communicate sort of mind to mind, and everything is there that they need. So I think there's probably a more reasonable, more logical future than some others that we see.
Is this a future to fear to you?
Well, this is a fearful situation because these people are immortal. And not only are they immortal in Zardoz, but they don't have the option to die. Mm-hmm. Because having made themselves immortal, they're the custodians of knowledge, and therefore it's very important they survive. They no longer can reproduce, so they live on. And what they crave for, most of them, is death. And I've shown really that without death, that there is no real savor in life.
Living on the brink.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that a theme runs through all of your films. A major character or characters thrust into a world that's foreign to them, something where they are the alien. What prompts this to be a theme in your films?
I suppose it comes out of a sense that I have of being an alien in this world. And I think it's not just something that I feel. I think everyone feels it at one time or another. I mean, you know, there comes a moment, you look at your hand, you say, what an extraordinary thing that is, to be hanging out of my sleeve. Or and the feeling of just being in a place that you don't really belong in the world. And I always had that feeling very strongly as a child that there was some terrible mistake had been made, you know, and that I was surely meant for some other place. I mean, there must be something better than this. And so I started inventing things. And the problem is I keep inventing worlds that are even worse than the one that we
positive negativism. The Zardoz Godhead, let's get specific about some of the things. How big was that? And how was it done?
How was it done? You want me to spoil all the fun?
Yes.
Well, it's after Magritte, of course. This great. You remember there's a Magritte picture of an enormous rock floating in the sky.
Right.
And so that was where the idea came from. And here mine is a bit different because it's a head, and with a terrifying visage which flies through the sky. And I love this notion of something heavy like that, you know, that's able to fly in the sky. And of course, it immediately tells you that they've learned quite a bit more about gravity than we know.
Right.
Now, how it was done was that it's done in a number of ways, and there are a number of heads of different sizes according to the shot.
Ranging in what size?
What was necessary. Well, it was I'll tell you a funny story. When the picture opened in Paris, where it was a great success, the reviews were all very good. Everyone liked the picture, the critics, except for one critic of L'Humanité, the communist newspaper, who was very nervous, and clearly there was something disturbing him. And eventually he asked me to go and see him at the office of L'Humanité, and I went along, and he said, is that Karl Marx? I said, no. He said, you sure it's not based on Karl Marx? Because it looks like him.
Right.
I said, no. He said, well, and he was very embarrassed, and he said, would you mind putting it in writing? And he prepared this letter, which you
denied Karl Marx was God, right?
Because he thought that perhaps it was an elaborate hoax to make fun of Marxism, and that he was going to write a favorable review, and then I would reveal that what the truth was. And that's how nervous those guys are, you know.
Yes, political statements.
Yeah.
I've noticed in your films, The Heretic and Zardoz in particular, your use of color seems to be very well thought out.
Yeah, because color is a problem. I think that I talked about films being close to dream, and I think that most people dream either in black and white or in certain monochrome colors. Color is somehow a problem for me. I started with point blank of doing each scene in a separate color, only one color for each scene. And I've dealt with color in various ways. In Deliverance, for instance, the color was desaturated. It was sort of semi-black and white. And Zardoz actually is the most colorful film, I think, that I've made, because they're very pastel colors. It's brilliantly photographed by Geoffrey Unsworth, who recently died. He was one of the greatest cameramen of all time, and he had such a sensitivity to light. This is one of his very favorite films, because we did it photographically. There's a great deal of experiment and a great deal of pushing to the very limits of what you can get in terms of color.
Well, all of your films seem to be pretty experimental. the use of the Steadicam in The Heretic and William Fraker. You seem to work closely with the best cinematographers in the business. Do you choose them to work with your philosophies of color and image?
Yes, I think that I think I'm very concerned about the visual look of the picture, and I try to work with cameramen who are responsive and plan. I mean, the key thing is to plan beforehand what your intentions are, what the style, what of the picture is going to be, how you're going to see it and photograph it. Because a cameraman is limited in what he can do. He can only photograph what you put in front of him. And if you haven't designed your sets, for instance, if you want a harmony in color or tone or style, then if it's not in the sets, there's a limit to what a cameraman can do. So all those things have to be integrated.
In dealing with fantasy, what is the most important thing to do? You have to make it believable, no matter how wild the fantasy. To you, what's the most important way to make a future world like Zardoz
The most
believable?
important thing is to be consistent, is to invent a world which is utterly consistent. People will accept anything providing it is consistent. Zardoz is not perhaps consistent enough in some respects, but if you make a world and people can enter into it, I mean, that's what it's all about, really, isn't it? It's
Right.
entering into another world. And you have the pleasure of seeing this other world, and you also have the added pleasure of escaping this one.
What do you think were the inconsistencies in Zardoz that you might have handled differently?
The inconsistencies in Zardoz are not so much visually, but in the ideas and the philosophy. There's just a bit too much going on, and there are too many conflicting ideas that don't quite get played out.
Okay. Much of the Zardoz world is futuristic, and even more of it reflects the past than does the technological world we talked about earlier. Do you think this is how the world will be?
You know, it's a curious thing that people often say this to me, well, do you think that's what is going to happen? And no, the answer is not at all, because I think with science fiction films or fantasy films, one is indulging imagination. Now, what I do think about the future is this. I think the future is about imagination. And imagination is what will save the world. Because I think if the power of imagination is such that we can achieve almost anything out of it. And once something has been imagined, it can happen. Imagination is the leading edge of evolution. I think that evolution is being conducted in the area of imagination. And I think that's what's exciting about fantasy films, is that it's an exploration of the future. It's not saying what the future is, but it's investigating the possibilities. And out of those possibilities, we can perhaps invent a future, all of us, that is habitable and perhaps even marvelous.
So our future is in the hands of the artists. And the artist we're speaking with tonight is John Borman, and in just a few moments you'll be seeing this future world we've been talking about, the world of Zardoz. I want to thank you for being here, Mr. Borman. Helping us open the show. Thank you much.
Good luck with it.
Thank you.
The producer of the picture, John Dunning, was very impressed with all of the special effects makeup that I did. In fact, I was never on the set. I had an assistant that was always on the set, and I was locked in the makeup room just doing one grotesque effect after the other. And John was very impressed, and it was John Dunning who went on and produced Shivers.
Right.
And it was John that contacted me to do the makeup for that picture.
Now, your makeup work in Shivers, I guess I should pick up a piece here.
We have one.
Was basically, how would you describe this piece?
He was a parasite creature, this particular one. We made two different sizes. This creature here is the larger variety that we really did not ever use in the film. The one that we ended up using, do we have it here? I don't believe I brought that one. Is a smaller version of this. It's half this size. And all this is really is a clay sculpting that is reproduced in foam rubber. And there is a spring that runs up through the center of it, and we would put a monofilament, an invisible nylon wire cord, a plastic cord, at one end, and then another at the other end. And to do this very inexpensively, we put a little pulley on the baseboard of the wall in the set, and then another pulley at the other end of the wall, at the other end of the room. And the one cord went to the one pulley, the other cord went to the other pulley, and then I would work them. And I held the one cord steady, which was holding the back of the parasite, while I pulled the other forward, and it stretched this. And then by doing that again and again, we actually created the effect of the parasite moving slowly along the floor, and we did exactly the same thing with the parasite in the bathtub with Barbara Steele, and which was very effective.
It was. Now that film was released here as They Came From Within. Very low budget Canadian-made film by David Cronenberg, who wrote and directed Rabbit, our picture tonight. The story of Rabbit is very interesting in that it's very similar. It also deals with a parasite that is transmitted to the victims of Marilyn Chambers in her first non-porno role. Tell me a little bit about your work on Rabbit.
The Rabbit was very interesting because we had a rather limited budget, and it's amazing how you think of things to do when you have a limited budget.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did was, for this particular effect, we were not able to have Marilyn come down to Hollywood. She was already in Canada when we really would have needed her to do a cast of her armpit area.
Right.
And so we had one of the students from the makeup center model her arm area so that we could take a cast. And we made an identical reproduction of the girl's armpit, and with it in a lifted position. And then to make the small creature that came from within the armpit.
Without giving too much away, of course.
Right, okay. Well, this was a rod, a metal rod, and we had a quarter-inch ID, a quarter-inch inside diameter Tygon tubing, a plastic tubing that wrapped around this rod. Then over that we put a skin that was the actual the creature, the parasite creature, the blood-sucking creature. And when we would, with a hypodermic syringe, force the green material through this Tygon tubing, it would actually, you could actually see it, and it looked as though it were circulating through the inside of the creature. And then we would push it from the other side, from the inside of the armpit mold, and it would, as it would pop its head through, we would inject the green fluid through it.
Okay, you brought a videotape along with you of the process of building a makeup.
Yes.
In this case, it's a Frankenstein. Could you explain that to us? Can you roll the tape here? So we're going, okay.
I'm applying some colored wax here to the nose to build up the wax. In my travels, I've kind of gotten the reputation as being the new Jack Pierce because my work is a combination of the old Jack Pierce construction techniques along with the new modern, more sophisticated prosthetic techniques. And what I'm doing here is I'm utilizing the old Jack Pierce technique of building up the performer's head with a piece of cardboard and creating the sides of the cranium with sculpted cotton. It's actually just large pieces of absorbent cotton that we apply all around the cardboard area. Then all of this is covered with a cloth-like material that is eventually covered with liquid latex. And once the latex solidifies, it produces a skin. What we're doing here is we've constructed the entire head and molded it and gave it dimension where we wanted. And we're in the process now of drying all of the latex.
Now, what kind of makeup do you use to cover that?
Actually, it's a rubber mask grease product. We manufacture it at the makeup center, and it's called Screen Test Makeup, and we manufacture it in a myriad of different colors. And we utilize it not only for monster makeup, but we are manufacturing it also for beauty makeup, and it is available to the public. What you see me applying here is some of the white screen test makeup to highlight various areas to create dimension in the makeup. The lighter areas will reflect more light and bring that area forward, and the darker areas will absorb the light and actually push that area in, so it creates dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Now here to affect the the Frankensteinian look, we've cut the top of the head open, and we're able to do that now because all of the latex is solidified. And to create the stitching effects with a carpeting needle, we're taking some very heavy black thread and actually stitching the area that we've cut open, and we're stitching that area shut.
Okay, that's really interesting footage, and I'm glad you brought that down. And it makes something come to mind for me. When you see some of these things in person, there's a big difference between that and what we see on film. What comes to mind immediately is in Superman. Superboy's nose is gray on film, and I'm sure it didn't look that way, but it photographs it that way.
There are some cases where if the kind of rubber mask grease, and rubber mask grease is a material, a makeup base that must be utilized over rubber pieces. And if you don't utilize just the right shade, if there isn't just enough red in the product, it will be absorbed by the rubber piece and it goes gray. And occasionally some makeup artists will make the mistake, people starting in the business will make the mistake of utilizing the same kind of makeup that you use on normal skin over a rubber piece, and because there's mineral oil in that product, the rubber is immediately attacked by that mineral oil and it discolors. But when we're doing makeup for film, what we have to keep in mind is that the camera it sees in 2 dimensions. And in order to create that 3rd dimension, we have to put the light and shade into the makeup. The darker areas must be much darker in order to create the depth that we need, and then the lighter areas must be much lighter to pull them forward.
Let's talk about the process of making a piece like this. Is this the beginning stage?
Right. I brought this. This has absolutely nothing to do with the finished sculpture here, the finished rubber piece. This is being done by one of my students at the Makeup Center, and I'm in the process of instructing a sculpting class, as a matter of fact. And this is an ape face that is sculpted in clay onto a positive cast of the actor's face. Turn it this way a little so you can see it better. This is a positive cast of the actor's face, and whatever we want the rubber piece to look like, we first sculpt it in clay, and using plastiline oil-based clay onto that positive of the actor's face. Therefore, once we make this and reproduce this in rubber, it will fit the performer absolutely perfectly. Now we start by sculpting what we want in clay. Now in this case, let me show you this. This is a creature that I created for a picture called Track of the Moon Beast. And it's a very intricate, if you can, let me hold it still for you here. You can come in nice and tight on that and you'll see the detail work in this.
Even inside the mouth.
Right. Every one of the teeth were put in by hand, and all of the detail that you see here was all sculpted in clay. All of this was first done in clay as a piece of artwork, just as you would any other sculpting done with clay. And then a 2-piece mold or cast is made of the clay sculpting. And that is made with a material called Ultracal 30, which is similar to plaster.
I see.
And once that cast is made and opened, all of the clay sculpting is then removed, and because you have made an actual impression of the clay sculpting, you can take the rubber material, whether it be just regular liquid rubber or foam rubber, and put it into the mold, into the cast, and then this will, the cast will then reproduce exactly what was sculpted in clay.
Well, how did you get started in doing movie makeup? Did you start wanting to make monsters?
I started, it was a hobby. I was 7 years old. My aunt bought me a little Halloween makeup kit, and I started painting myself up like a clown and putting on rubber noses and scaring my poor grandmother half to death. But it really began when I saw a picture called Black Sunday. I don't know if you recall Black Sunday. It was Barbara Steele. It was an Italian picture, and it was re-released or released here in the States by AIP. And there was so much makeup in that picture. It was so impressive to me that at that time I made up my mind that I wanted to become a makeup artist. And in the picture, she aged. She would age from she started very young. I believe she was 18 when she did the picture, and she aged to a very old, haggard 80 or 90 years of age, and then finally she disintegrated. What was that impressed me and made me want to go into makeup? I think I saw that picture about 8 or 9 times.
Is that right? Well, what have you done most of your work in television or film?
I started with approximately 24 very low-budget horror films, simply because My name got around that I did not only prosthetic makeup, but I also was able to do the old Jack Pierce method, the clay, or not the clay, excuse me, the cotton and latex
But the built-on.
Right, where you actually take the performer and you sit him down in the chair for 2 or 3 hours and you build onto the actor's face to create the effect. Since those days, I've now managed to put together a blend. My technique is now a blend of not only construction makeup but also prosthetic makeup, so I can give a producer anything that he wants, no matter what the budget is. From very intricate construction makeup done inexpensively, one day for a one-day situation, or for something that needs to be reproduced many, many days, utilizing sophisticated rubber prosthetic appliances.
But recently you've been doing more television, is that true?
Yes, I was on staff with ABC Television for over 5 years, working with Rudy Horbitish, and I learned quite a bit from Rudy. It was a wonderful experience, and as you would probably think or believe, I ended up doing all of the prosthetic and all of the special effects makeup. But I graduated into, and every good makeup artist must, and that is graduate into not only doing special effects or monster makeup, but also he must also be able to do all phases of makeup, to be able to be categorized as a makeup artist. Otherwise, he's a specialist in one area of makeup. But I there learned intricacies in beauty makeup and other forms of character makeup, and it was an absolutely invaluable experience.
Now, you also deal in medical prosthetic makeups and or prosthetics themselves. How did you get into that?
A very good friend of mine and a brilliant surgeon, Dr. George Semmel, had a few patients who had reconstructive work being done on their nose because of nasal carcinoma. And I was called in as a consultant to actually suggest various applications that could be utilized to restore the person's features. And I did quite a few patients for Dr. Semmel, and as a private consultant, as a private prosthetic specialist. And it's amazing the psychology that is involved in restoring an individual's features is very important for that person. Of course, you know, the operation is so traumatic. Any kind of operation which will in one way alter a person's features from looking positive to looking negative, once those features are restored again to their normal or as normal as possible, the psychology is just incredible, and that is why I wanted to go into it. And I spoke with Dr. Semmel at length about it, and it was actually a blend of his advice and his medical technology, and again, my expertise in prosthetics that enabled me to do that kind of work.
Now, in dealing with makeup in all these different areas, what would you say has been the most challenging for you? The prosthetic work, the monster work?
Well, the satisfaction in being able to help someone who has a defect in medical prosthetics is incredible.
I can understand
and,
that.
when you know that you're restoring someone's, confidence in themselves again, it's very fulfilling. But monster makeup to me is it. I started with monster makeup and construction makeup, prosthetic makeup, creative makeup, being able to sculpt something in clay and then bring it to life in rubber and to see it on the screen actually working and working effectively and helping a performer to portray his character effectively. It's very satisfying.
Right. So now, what have been your most recent makeup contributions that we've seen? You mentioned soap.
I did the alien creatures for soap. This was actually the latest prosthetic project. But lately, I haven't really been doing monster makeup or prosthetic makeup. I've been involved quite a bit with beauty makeup. Right now, I'm doing makeup for Carol Burnett, and I've been doing all of her makeup for all of the shows that she's been doing, all of her guest appearances. And there is also, just as there is in character makeup, there is an incredible science to doing a good beauty makeup.
Sure.
Because all of the highlighting and all of the shading that you do when you do a character makeup is also utilized, if you do it correctly, in beauty makeup.
Right.
To alter the features.
We could go on forever, I'm sure, talking about this. I know we have a lot more things we'd like to look at, but I'm getting the signal that our time is running out. So I would like to conclude with a warning, though. The film Rabid is rated R, and with good reason. There's a lot of graphic violence, well illustrated by Joe Blasco's makeup effects, and there is a lot of nudity in the film. And if that offends you, then forewarned is forearmed. But everyone else, I hope you'll enjoy the film with me, Rabid. I'm Mick Garris, and welcome once again to the Fantasy Film Festival. The Fantasy Film Festival is a vehicle for science fiction, fantasy, and horror films here on the Z Channel, presented as they were intended, uncut and uninterrupted. We emphasize imagination here, and a good example of that is The Evil, which you'll be seeing in just a few minutes. The Evil is a horror film, a gothic horror film, about a haunted house, the devil, and ghosts. It's a tried and true formula, but there's still new life left in it, as you'll see in the film. Our guests tonight are the star of The Evil, the proverbial star of stage, screen, and television, Mr. Richard Crenna, and the director of the film, Gus Triconis. Let's start with you. Richard, you were able to move from the squeaky-voiced adolescent TV star of Our Miss Brooks on up to a successful writer, producer, and director. How do you think you were able to avoid the pitfalls of typecasting for those roles?
Well, I was involved in characters that have been the graveyard for a number of other actors. I think it was the fact that the roles I was playing were so far from my own character, my own personality. I was quite unlike Walter Denton, even at the time I was playing, if you can believe that.
I think it's easy to
and
believe.
then when I did Luke McCoy, I had the same reaction. I was always considered an actor in retrospect. At the time I was doing the show, people figured that was the guy. I was the guy that I was playing, and which was, in one sense, complimentary. But in fact, as an actor, you always, I think, deep down inside, resent the fact that people don't understand that you're really acting.
Okay. Gus, let's ask you how the Evil came about in the very beginning.
Let's see. The men with the money, the executive producers, had a script. They hired a producer, Ed Carlin, who called me and asked me if I would be interested. And I read the script. I said I would be interested if a major rewrite was involved. He said, okay. And that's how it began.
Now, you'd never really done a genre film before, had you?
No.
Are you particularly drawn to the
Well,
genre?
not a horror genre film. I've done other kinds of genre films, but not a horror film. I was fascinated by the idea of using effects, the way the script was written.
So, Richard, you had never really done a horror film before either.
No, I had not. This was my first experience, but as an audience, I'd always been fascinated by the so-called horror films, and when the opportunity presented itself, I really jumped at the chance. It was an opportunity to do something I'd always enjoyed as an audience, and people love to be frightened, and I always, as a kid, and even to this day, I enjoy films that frighten me, and so I plunged in with both feet.
What do you think?
Literally.
Yes. You'll see what he means later. What do you think the appeal of the horror film is? Why do you think people want to be frightened? Why do you want to be frightened? Or what scares you?
Well, I don't know. I remember as a kid I used to take a flashlight and go into abandoned houses and poke around at night and pretend it was filled with ghosts. And I think fantasy is imagination is probably more frightening than anything. I think that was one of the charms of early radio where I got my beginnings. Shows like Lights Out, Witches' Tales, shows of that type, which allowed you to use your imagination. As Norman Corwin referred to radio, it was the theater of the mind. And I think that horror films allow a lot of that. You'll see a lot of that, a mixture of that in the film that we've done. There's always it's very difficult to draw the fine line between what you actually show on screen and what you allow the audience to imagine. And I find that as an audience, I'm always much more frightened by the things that I'm allowed to imagine. And I think Gus did a wonderful job in mixing that in our film.
Right. Gus, one of the main stars of the film is the house itself, the enormous haunted house of the Evil. Where did you find that? What is that building?
That's a building that was built by the railroad, the turn of the century, in New Mexico, Las Vegas, New Mexico. It has 500 rooms, sulfur baths, and ironically, some of the dialogue in the script that was written before we found the house really coincided with what was there at the house.
So in the script they mentioned the 500 rooms and sulfur baths, and that was before the location was even found?
That's right.
That's pretty surprising.
That's right, yeah.
Well, how long did it take to film The Evil?
30 days.
30 shooting days.
Right.
And basically, the film is all shot in this house. Did that create any problems for...
Well, 95% of the picture is shot inside the house, without giving away the plot. Yeah, you know, cabin fever. We've talked about cabin fever. You take a crew and you take actors, you put them together, you lock them in a house for a period of 30 days, and things begin to happen to them psychologically. Now, anxieties, different kinds of anxieties. Some things are funny, some things are not so funny. Richard can tell you about that. But it helped the picture because some of it came across in the film. But in our personal day-to-day living with one another, sometimes it became difficult.
Right. Was that a problem for you, Richard, the cabin fever experience?
Well, no. I'm one of those, I don't know if I'm a rare exception, but I enjoy locations. I love to film out of Hollywood. I love to film in actual locations. I find that it helps a great deal. It helps me as an actor. But it was interesting. We had a choice of 500 rooms in the house, and each of us could select our own dressing room. There was one time when you didn't have to fight for the largest dressing room. They just gave you a key and they said, go find a room. And so we all found rooms, and that was one way we avoided each other. One had a room on the 5th floor, one had a room on the 2nd floor in the back, one had a room. And it was wild, the decor. Joanna Pettit went out and bought rugs and carpets and plants, and she moved in. I mean, we all literally moved in. Because the problem is, as Gus says, when you're on a film and you're in that situation where you're all in one environment, it's difficult to get off and have those moments by yourself, which I think are essential when you're creating something.
The other thing was that we worked a half a day and a half a night. We would start at 12 in the afternoon because half of the picture is done at night.
Oh, right.
And then we would shoot for half a day light, and then we would go into night shooting, and we shoot all night. So that means that there was never a break for any of us to get away from one another, to enjoy the evening over dinner or to go out to a disco, whatever, just to get away from one another. So we were constantly together. And
it's like a submarine crew, really.
Yeah, I can imagine the claustrophobia. Special effects are another star of the film. You get thrown about the room quite a bit in this film. Do you have any scars from that?
Well, I have some strawberries, some of those little painful rug burns. That was quite a problem for us because when you see the film, you'll understand that it was necessary that the character I played be motivated by some unseen force in rather violent fashion.
Absolutely.
I won't reveal entirely how that was done, but it was a combination of cables, ropes, pulleys, wind machines, dust, dirt, etc. And not without some incident. At one time, they forgot to turn the motor off that was dragging me across the room, and I ended up in Albuquerque. Going through Albuquerque, I suggested they stop and turn it off.
On a wire.
Somebody cut the wire, finally.
Well, I noticed in the credits that there was a listing for someone called the Demon, and there's nobody that I think looks like a demon in that film. What happened there?
Well, we had an idea that one of the demons in this house was about 3 feet high. So we found a small man, a midget, if you want to call him that, and we put him in a little suit. A little hair suit. That's right. That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
That was it.
Each time he appeared, the cast laughed. And if the cast laughs, you know that the audience is going to laugh, so that there was a problem.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things we were talking about, the decision that has to be made at some point. What is revealed physically and what needs to be left to the imagination of the audience. And we found that after filming it, we all went to the dailies and laughed and said, well, that's never going to work. I mean, it's impossible. It's silly. Then Gus made the decision that character would be an off-stage character, an unseen character. And I think it works much to the advantage of the picture, not to see the character. And so that was the case of the demon.
The wacky demon of the evil.
Who disappeared. Right.
One of the stars again was a special effects guest. Tell me a little about the man who created them and the lightning and rain. I know you had a problem.
Well, he was. I guess you have to be kind of crazy to be an effects man, I think. I mean, you got to be a young child that never quite grows up, and you've got all these toys. And to him, everything that he had was a toy. And sometimes when he would get upset, he would just, run around and scream and yell and say, I'm taking my toys and I'm going home. And we all realized at one point that he really was the star of the film. And if at any point he decided to leave, we could just close up shop. So it became kind of like a joke. Now, we have to, we can all be replaced, but our effects man. He's the guy that we got to, pamper and be nice to. But he did some really, I think, wonderful things. Things that were improvisations as we went along. Like we'd come up with an idea. Wait a minute, let's get Richard and throw him across the floor, or let's fly somebody, or let's burn this person up. And he would say, wait, I got an idea. Let me try this. Like, for instance, we came up with a scene when the house closes up, and Richard was saying, well, we've got to really feel that they can't get out. Well, the one way to do it is you try to break windows. If the windows don't break, how do you get out? The doors don't open and so on. Mm-hmm. So I thought, well, if you take a table and you throw it, and the table hits a window but comes up at you, let's say. I'm giving away some of the story, and maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I don't know.
I don't think that's
and
really
he said,
correct.
well, I got a way to fly the table. I know what I'm going to do. So we did a scene with that, where they pick up a table and they're out of their anxiety, they run for a window, and the table just flips up over them, and they stand there without the table in their hands. But that kind of improvisation went on throughout the picture.
Right. Do you think that... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I think you're always faced in a film like this. If there's a hole in the story, and I think we found you can make that comment relative to almost any film. People find holes in every picture. The Deer Hunter, the people have complained about certain things in the Deer. Every picture, somebody will find fault with it. And it's always been my contention, if there's a hole in the story, point to it. Allow the characters to examine that hole with the audience, and the audience will then go along with you. More often than not. They'll say, oh, I see, yeah, sure, well, of course. They can't break the windows with a table, then what are they going to do? Or with a stick or anything else. The tables, we'll buy that.
Right.
Particularly in the genre.
Yeah, this is an important example of the Gothic horror genre. And you'll be seeing it in just a few moments, The Evil. You'll have a lot of fun. It's a recreational horror film. I think we'll all agree that there's not any real message other than to have a good time and to get your pants scared off. So thank you for joining us on the Fantasy Film Festival, and we'll see you next time. Thank you to Richard Crenna and Gus Traconis for joining us here again.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mick Garris, and we've got a bit of a change of pace on the Fantasy Film Festival for you this week. Our film is Americathon, a spoof of the future, and our guest tonight is one of the stars of Americathon, Fred Willard. Fred, thanks for joining us here.
Pleasure to be here. I'm a science fiction movie fan.
That's what I was going to first bring up. The first time I saw you not on screen was at the World Theater in downtown Hollywood.
Oh, yes.
Seeing a monster movie called Eaten Alive, and you were reading at the breaks Amityville Horror.
It might have been overdosing.
It says as much about me as about you. So
that's an interesting theater for people that don't know it. It's they usually have triple features. I remember when old seats were 50 cents.
Right.
Now with inflation, it's probably $1.50. Triple feature, you see films that were never shown again or seen. You go in, you put down your money, you can see bizarre scenes and horrifying things that'll curdle your blood, and then they turn down the lights and start the movie, and they can be pretty good too.
Well, what's the attraction? Why do you like horror and science fiction?
Gee, that's interesting. I don't know if it'd take a
That wasn't on the
psychiatrist
card, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I just enjoy them because, I don't know. I wish I had a more scientific answer.
Okay,
or
I
a
should have warned
reason.
you for that one.
Yeah, yeah.
television versus features. You've done a lot of TV work,
Yes.
Most notably on Fernwood Tonight and America Tonight. You were one of the hosts on Real People in
Yes.
the early shows.
Yes.
And you've done features like Silver Streak.
Yes.
What's the difference to you?
Well, films, I think, seem to me are more prestigious if you're in a feature film. But the advantage of doing TV shows, of course, is you can do a show, and in 2 weeks it can be on, and everyone in the country can see it. Now, I have a film coming out in July, How to Beat the High Cost of Living, also a fantasy film. No, I'm joking there, or attempting to.
I'm sorry, I missed
But that was done last October. I did a movie in January and February that Buck Henry wrote and directed called First Family. But it's been done. I've been done with it for 2 months, and it won't be out till December. So by the time it comes out, you could, it's already old news. But TV, Real People, it was live. You could go into the studio, and in 1 hour, everyone on the East Coast had seen you. If you make a mistake, it's there.
Right.
So it's more fun. I enjoy television more.
Now, your first national exposure really was on with the Ace Trucking Company, guesting and doing
Yes.
TV spots. You were an improvisational comedian with the Ace Trucking Company.
Yes.
You've been an actor, comedic actor. You've been a straight actor in Salem's Lot.
Yes.
Which one of those best suits you?
Well, I think I'm more comfortable in comedy. But sometimes when you try to do comedy, I mean, many nights with the Ace Trucking Company, I realized that I had a natural bent towards being very serious when I found out that no one would laugh. But I was always more comfortable in comedy. I don't know why. Again, same reason that I don't know why I like horror films.
Right.
But I like straight acting. And one time I wanted to be like a Burt Lancaster or something. Still, get on a horse and ride across the desert. I still would like to. I think my one goal now would be if someone would sign me to play the part of Ted Williams in his biography. I'm a big baseball fan too. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to do.
Okay. Comedy versus drama is an interesting thing for an actor and for a comedian, but Real People must have been a real change of pace for you.
Yes, it was. George Slaughter, the producer, called me in with that, and he said, "Fred, we're doing this show." He explained it, and he said, "I want you." I said, "Well, George, I'm not really or Mr. Slaughter at the time, because I did know him, and I was quite impressed by meeting him. And he said, I said, "Why do you want me? I've never done this." He said, "I saw you on Fernwood Tonight, how you could sit and talk with the zaniest people and really follow them as if you understood and agreed with them. But the difference is there, you're really talking to people," and I was playing myself. And I said, he said, "Well, let's do one. We're just going to do one of these and see how it goes." So I did one, and it turned into 4 and then 6. And then I just didn't feel that comfortable doing it. I didn't want to go on the next season. It was fun, and there was a lot of traveling, which I like, but you'd go from Los Angeles to New York and get into New York, and you're 3 hours behind schedule. 2 in the morning there, it's still only 11 out here, and the local producer would say, "Okay, we're going to meet in the hotel lobby at 7 a.m., get down to Brooklyn," and I think that determined it more than anything. I didn't like to get up that early. But after that, I got a lot of offers to host shows. Would you be interested in hosting? We're doing a new talk show. Would you like to host it? And it's a little off from what I really wanted to do. I wanted to be an actor or a comedian, and I just didn't feel that comfortable.
Let's talk a little about hosting talk shows.
Okay.
America Tonight and
I'll tell you about hosting talk shows, and you may not know anything about it.
That's right.
Yes, you can.
I could use a couple points.
Yes, I'll tell you.
America Tonight and Fernwood Tonight, 2 of my favorite shows, basically the same show with a different title and reworking.
Yes.
Tell me how that was done. That was a nightly show.
Mm-hmm.
It was 5 days a week.
Yes, the working conditions were wonderful. For someone like me who likes to sleep late, we came in at 12 noon. And we'd have the script. A lot of people asked me if it was improvised or how it was a whole script. We'd do 2 a day. And you'd read through. I'd sit here just like I am with you, and Martin Mull would be sitting there, and the guests would come on, and we'd read through the script. And we'd see their little act with whatever they're going to do. And then they'd have a 5-minute break. We'll go into show number 2. And sometimes the actor who had been called in to do, he might have 6, 7 pages of monologue. He'd say, "Is that it?" And he'd say, "Yeah, that's it. Come back at 4 o'clock, and we're going to film it." And then we'd run through the next show, and in an hour and a half we were done. We'd break about 2 hours for lunch and makeup and rewrites, and then come back and do both shows. And that was really a lot of fun, because a lot of times at the last minute they would give me 3 and 4 pages of rewrites. I'd be literally leaving the dressing room to go out. They'd be calling me and say, Fred, we've just rewritten this speech of yours.
I was going to say, were there many surprises on the show?
A lot of surprises, yes. And then I would say to them, you can't do this. You must come around. Give me a half hour, and the next day I'd be walking out. Fred, here's a rewrite. No. So after a while, I got to enjoy it. You can be surprised what you can do when you have to. Someone can hand you 2 pages of script and go out and do it, and you do it. It's like cramming for an exam in school. You can cram for it. The next morning, you don't know any of the answers, but for that half hour, you knew it. And plus, survival, you don't want to look like an idiot, any more so than possible in that case, out on the camera.
Did you, now as Jerry Hubbard, you were doing it every day for a long time. How much did that influence you? Jerry Hubbard was a total buffoon on the show.
Yes.
You had to live that part.
Yes.
Did you?
Well, I think a little of that was in me to begin with. A little Jerry Hubbard, which I try to cover up a lot by talking slower, and I've often thought of using a pipe. When I don't know an answer, you can puff on a pipe, and people say, gee, whatever he says sounds very wise. But I enjoyed it. I really loved the character. I'd never played a character like that. It evolved as a combination of what the writers gave me to do on the script and what I thought the character should be. And I used to walk down the street, and some people would walk by and say, Mr. Willard, how are you? I enjoy your work so much. And I would accept it that way. I'd say, well, thank you very much. And I'd walk a little further, and someone would say, hi, Jerry! What are you doing? I'd say, I don't know. So it just depended how they'd react to me, I would react to them.
So you suited your answer to who they thought you were.
That's right, yes. It wasn't like I read a lot of actors don't want to be associated with the character. They don't want to perform the character. I really liked the character. It was a very lovable character, and I was so fond of the show that I never resented people asking me about it or saying, are you very much like that?
Right. Let's talk a little about Americathon.
Yes.
Neil Israel, the director, also has an improvisational comedy background. You have an improvisational comedy background. How structured was this film?
Well, as far as I saw on the set, it was quite structured. It was scripted and word for word. That's almost surprised me when I know Neil Israel personally. I've known him years ago when he used to call me. He worked at ABC doing radio promo spots for movies. He would call me in to do 60-second spots on the radio. And he did tunnel vision.
Right.
And one of the other members of the Ace Trucking Company helped him write that and co-produced it. His name is Michael Mislove. And I didn't get into the film for some reason. Some problem I didn't get into it. But when he called me to do it, I said, oh, great, it'll be another tunnel vision, which made God knows how many millions of dollars. Right. And it'll be fun. And I went over there, and I got quite impressed when they started doing it. I said, gee, he's really doing a movie. They had Harvey Korman and all these big production numbers. And what was my point? I started to make a point, and I've lost it. The point is, it was a scripted movie. It was a professional film. It wasn't like, okay, what do you want to do? Let's do something today. You could make suggestions and reword things too, but it was scripted.
Yeah, about that film, it was not particularly successful in the theaters. Why do you think that was?
Because it was terrible. No, I don't know.
We're showing it in a moment, so hold on.
I only said that as a joke. I didn't mean to. I was quite surprised at how good the movie was when I was doing it. I think what happened is, not to put all the blame on them, the producers, I don't know whether it was United Artists or Lorimar, took the finished film back and started to cut it. And cut this and cut that, because when I saw the finished film, I said, gee, they left out a lot of good things, a lot of scenes. There were a lot of subtle touches which were very nice. There was, I don't know if you notice in the film, as they're passing in the White House, they have the portraits of the former presidents, and one was Fred Silverman, who it turns out the nation had elected to office for 4 years, which is you could almost believe that he's going to straighten out the country.
Well, just a few words about the film. The film is about, the year is in the 1990s, right?
About then, yes. And it's interesting, a lot of it is about the fuel crisis that starts out with people on roller skates and skateboards and bicycles. They started filming that before this last energy crisis. And when we were just about done, the gas shortage started, and it was very topical, very I think, right on the mark. I mean, things could actually end up this way in the country in 20 or 30 years, and I really am puzzled why it didn't get, I don't think it deserved as the bad reviews it got, and I have a feeling it's the type of film that in 20 years it'll be brought back, like a cult thing, and look at this movie, someone will find it. Like Night of the Living Dead, which is not that old, but Rocky Horror film didn't do well.
Right.
But it's shown every Friday and Saturday night in these theaters all over the country.
What are your favorite films to watch? What could you watch 100 times?
Oh, well, there's very few films I've watched more than once. One was, which I don't know if you're going to show here, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
We're trying, yeah.
Toby Hooper's film. And I did a film that he directed called Salem's Lot on TV.
Based on the Stephen King book.
Yes, which is one. I like good horror films. A few movies I've seen more than once. The Court Jester with Danny Kaye.
Right, sure.
Yankee Doodle Dandy with George M. Cohan. I usually can't go back and see a movie twice or 3 times. A lot of people can. I've seen it. I want to go on to something else.
Now, are you more comfortable creating something as you're going along as you do in improvisational work, or with a script? Or does it make any difference to you? Professionally, as an actor?
I think more comfortable. What I'd like to be given is a premise and do this. We're in a scene, and feel free to make up your own words. If you're really settled with a script, that's one difficulty I had in doing films and television, coming off of Ace Trucking Company. Suddenly I was doing someone else's script, and the lines were written, and it's almost unnatural that someone would write lines for somebody else and say, here, you say this in this situation. If I wrote lines for you to do as an interviewer, you could do it, but you'd say, well, wait a minute, this is not how I talk.
Would you like to do that? Would you like to write?
I've started writing. I wrote an idea for a film for myself, and I'm working on an idea for a TV series, and it's difficult, just the tedium of writing. I would like to say, here's the idea, tell it to someone, and say, I know just what you mean, and they would write it down.
Well, it's time for us to close, but just quickly, I'd like to know what's coming up for you.
Well, a movie called, when will this be shown? When are we going to see
this? This will be on in August.
How to Beat the High Cost of Living will still be around, hopefully at the first-run theaters. It won't be at the World yet with Screaming Skull. But in December is First Family, a very funny film that Buck Henry wrote and directed, which Harvey Korman is in. Harvey's in this movie.
Oh, great.
Dick Benjamin, Jane Curtin.
Okay.
And yes, I like to see films that either have have some significant message, or girls who are dressed scantily, one of the two.
Well,
and I think there are a couple of scantily dressed girls, and again, they cut out a scene where there was a girl naked from the waist up in this film, and I say that may be why this film is not as successful as it could have been.
Well, this does have at least scantily clad women. It has Fred Willard. It has social comment, all you could want from a spoof by Neil Israel.
One or the other, social comment or girls with scanty clothing.
And so it's time to say goodbye. Thank you, Fred Willard, for joining us, and thank you for joining us here
at
Fantasy
Film
Film
Festival.
Festival.
Here. I haven't seen it in a while.
Okay.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, I'm Mick Garrison. I'd like to welcome you once again to the Fantasy Film Festival. We're starting a special series of high-budget science fiction spectaculars. And we're kicking it off tonight with one of America's favorite legends, the story of Superman, Superman the movie. Superman's had an interesting background. The first appearance of Superman was in Action Comics in 1938. Then there was the radio show with Bud Collyer. And actually, the first feature film was in 1951, Superman versus the Mole Men, which later was cut into the first 3 episodes of the TV series starring George Reeves. With us today in the studio, we're lucky to have a talented actor and director who plays Perry White in the new film we'll be seeing shortly, Jackie Cooper. Thanks for being here, Jackie.
Nick, good to see you.
You weren't involved in Superman at the very beginning. You came in late, isn't that right?
Right. Keenan Wynn was cast as Perry White originally, and
when it was time for Keenan's role in the picture to commence in the newspaper office, all the Perry White stuff takes place in the newspaper office. About a month of production on both pictures was planned. Keenan had been making a picture in Africa, before which he'd been making a picture in the States. He flew all the way up from South Africa to London on something like a Thursday. He got there Friday, got on the set. He was totally exhausted, began to hyperventilate. A lot of people thought he was having a heart attack, which they found out is not true. And but Keenan and everybody was pretty frightened about it, and of course the picture had to go forward. Spending a lot of what you've heard is a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I got a call on a Friday to leave. Could I leave that night?
Aye.
And I couldn't leave that night. First of all, I had to find my passport. You know? And
literally
anyway,
the last minute.
Yeah, I got there on a Sunday and began shooting on Monday, and it was a very pleasant experience for me because it was the first so-called big picture I had been in really since I was a kid. I've acted a lot in television and sort of cameoed in a couple of features since World War II, and made a couple of little B pictures that weren't very good right after World War II, but I hadn't been in anything like this since Ziegfeld Girl in 1941,
right.
You know, or Treasure Island in 1935, I think it was.
And this is one of the biggest films of all time. It's a huge budget picture. Now, you didn't have much time to prepare for your role. What did you draw from as Perry White?
Well, I was familiar with the comic strip as a kid, of course, and in later years, as a camp, I mean, like some older people still look at the Little Rascals. I looked at a lot of the Superman on television, and with George Reeves, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then when I got there, Donner had on Sunday he had a lot of the comic strip stuff. Of course, I had read the script all night when I got there, and then he gave me a lot of the comic strip. Just to look at for character kinds of things the guy did and this and that and smoking the cigar and
very bombastic
jumping
role,
Jehoshaphat's and no nonsense tough newspaper editor.
Great Caesar's ghost.
Yeah,
that's the best line. Right?
and so we drew from a lot of that stuff because oddly enough the script had forgotten some of the mannerisms of Perry White and some of those things, you know, Great Caesar's Ghost and stuff like that. So we found them and got them in there. And it was just a very pleasant experience for me.
Now, at the time, it was an unusual thing. The film and its sequel, or much of the sequel, were shot at the same time. Was everyone aware of that?
Yes. This was not like the 3 and 4 Musketeer experience. The producers learned from that. And everybody was bought for 2 pictures. You were handed Superman 1 and 2 when you got there, the 2 scripts.
Now, Superman 2 is opening right about now in Europe, but you've not seen the film yet.
No, I haven't seen a foot of it. I understand for some reason they're saving it for the summer over here, I guess, for the kids to get out of school and this kind of thing.
More matinee business.
Yeah. I would think the same thing in Europe. Aren't the kids going to school in the same months over there? Because it's, I really, except for curiosity or those adults who bring their children to it, I really don't think either film is a so-called adult film.
Right. You're also committed for a couple more after this, is that right?
They have an option on me for 2 more, and I haven't been acting, except for Superman, I haven't acted since, I don't know, Police Story, I think in 1976 was about the last thing I did, because I've been leaning towards a director's career most of my life, and I started directing in summer theater in 1948 in the East Coast, and in live television in 49 and 52, 53. And I'm lost.
All right, we'll continue
What
here.
did you say?
Well, the most remarkable thing, this touches on what I wanted to talk about next, about your career, is the longevity of it. You started out, the first thing I know about is the Our Gang comedies in 1927 and 28 you did. In 1931, you did The Champ, and you became a huge star. As a small child, you were merchandised as a product. Your picture was on books. There were Jackie Cooper dolls and things, toys, watches.
Yeah.
How does a 6-year-old, 8-year-old kid deal with that?
Well, it really isn't difficult on the 6 or the 8-year-old. till a little later on in life. It's all, most of it's a lot of fun, and parents, loving parents, obviously try to make up for that work that you have to do that maybe you don't want to do, or that getting dressed up to go here or be seen there or be nice to this newspaper person or whatever it is. It really, that kind of takes its toll a little later on when a kid's social life is more important to him, say 12 to 14 years old, and finds it's very hard to mix with the other kids. Consequently, you're mixing with professional kids, still delaying this getting out in the world. You're mixing with other kids who've also been isolated most of their life. And eventually, it happens to some kids at 12, some at 18, some at 20, 16. Eventually, you get out there and start to find out there's another whole world out there. It happened to me when World War II came along, and eventually I had to go into service, and I went in the Navy, and I found out I wasn't a regular person at all. Right. And there's a lot of regular people out there, and it's not easy to get along with them.
It seems to me, as a child star, you would be encouraged to be cute and cuddly and young and retard your emotional growth somewhat.
Particularly as an actor, yes, particularly as an actor. I found I was embarrassed a lot of times when I'd be 16 years old, let's say, and a fine director like Edmund Goulding would quietly say to me, "You're whining, you know, you're not grow up now. This is leading man stuff, you know." And oh boy, that'd make you feel great, you know. But it was embarrassing to be reminded that most directors, particularly under the old star contract system, what you did is what they wanted you to do. Whether you were a boy or you were Gable, they didn't want you trying to do anything else. That's what you did, and they did it. You did it as long as it made money, and then if it didn't, they just dropped you.
Now, you were able to make this transition through the teen years. You successful little film called 17, the Booth Tarkington story. Yeah. That's an age that child stars are normally not able to continue through and on into adulthood. Why were you able to and so many of your peers not?
Well, I remember an expression called the awkward age at that time. Right. And fortunately, they had never filmed the awkward age. One of the reasons I was dropped at Metro was that I was coming into the awkward age. I was 13, and L.B. Mayer didn't like, kids in short pants with hair on their legs, and he thought of adolescence as pimples, and he thought it revolted the public. Mm-hmm. But Mickey Rooney was kept there because Mick was a sort of a bit player at the time. And we had done a picture, as a matter of fact, Freddie Bartholomew, Mickey Rooney, and myself, had done a picture called The Devil is a Sissy, and it wasn't released at the time. Metro let both Bartholomew and me go. And they kept Mick, and the picture started to make money. So Mickey started to get better opportunities over there. Right. And of course, independently then, within the following year, I did too. The awkward age, there was some place for it to go, and Puppy Love and all of this was some means for entertainment, you know.
Well, I know that your family right now is a very closely knit family, and I can only assume that your childhood was similar to that to help you through what might be a fairly trying time, what proved to be a trying time for some of your peers who had trouble with drugs and various other problems.
Well, we don't, the child prodigy has a bad record. Most of us are gone or in jail or sick or hiding someplace or working as male nurses in retirement homes or something. A few have gotten by. Mickey Rooney is a man of particular energy and stamina and bounces back like nobody you've ever seen. Mickey's made it, and of course made it recently very big. Mickey had kind of a dry spell for several years.
Black Stallion certainly brought him,
and that helped him. But Sugar Babies is just a fantastic hit. I mean, the rest of the country hasn't begun to see what this man is really capable of. He's never had the opportunities in any one particular film, even the old musicals he did with Judy.
Now we're going full circle with Mickey Rooney. You're going to be directing him.
Yeah,
is that
I'm preparing a picture now to star Mickey to go on next fall on the network. It's a beautiful drama with some humor in it. He plays an old clown who ought to get out of the business, and he just doesn't want to. His life is devoted to children. He's not a big, successful professional clown. He's just He works in a big city and hardly feeds his family with just working with children, constantly working with children and taking in children off the street. And just over, one of the things we say early in the picture, over his life with his wife, over 25 years, they've raised 34 children.
Right. Well, you've done a lot of things that have been cyclical. Probably your most interesting directing project recently was Rainbow, the story of Judy Garland, and you and she were very close.
Yeah, the story of Judy, up to about 17. After that, most people knew the story, and that part of the book up to there was the most interesting. The rest of it the public could take for granted. That's when Over the Rainbow came along and all of that, and she really took off after that. Yeah, it was fun in a way because I was there as a kid,
right.
Around the lot with Judy, and as she was just beginning to become known, and had the unique experience of directing one of the characters in the picture called Jackie Cooper.
Right. That must have been both fun and maybe a little unusual. Was it a little spooky to direct someone playing yourself?
Well, the only thing once in a while was there would be a moment and some dialogue. I'd worked with John McGreevy, the writer, a little bit on what actually took place here and there and what actually was said. And so I'd hear these words coming out of these kids' mouths, and it didn't mean as much to them as, of course, as it did to me. And I had to be very careful not to be too subjective, you know, and a grumpy old man wanting it just exactly the way it was, but rather what was good for these actors, you know.
Are you a demanding director?
Well, I'd like to think so. That sounds like somebody who makes a lot of noise and stamps his foot.
Perry White directing, right?
Yeah. No, not in that way, I'm not. I think actors like to be directed by me because I'm understanding, having been there. I'm also, I think, pretty aware technically about our business, and but I know what I want by the time the picture starts, absolutely. I'm ready for somebody to bring something else to it. The actor must bring something else to it. But in general, particularly because of, in television productions, the amount of money and the amount of time that we have, we've got to be very well prepared. So yes, I'm demanding in that area of my crew and of the actors.
We just have a few moments left, and I'd like to get back to Superman for a second. Why do you think Superman's popularity has been so long-lasting? What's the appeal of this American legend, do you think?
Something that I hope will always be with the youth of our country, and that is somebody who represents, as he says in a very camp way, the real good old-fashioned American way, some tradition, in spite of all the violence and the problems with drugs and a lot of terrible things. I think that there is deep inside all of us, and a lot of teenagers go see Superman. I think, and we'll see Superman too. I think just subconsciously, the youth wishes there were somebody like that to lead them, to believe in. And I hope one of these days this country has somebody like that.
Right. Well, let's see if you will believe a man can fly. Jackie Cooper, thanks for being with us. And stay tuned to watch Superman the movie. Thank you.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,